I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromeyezed Show. I'm your host, Rhonda, and I can't hear a thing, y'all, but the stream is doing so well, so I don't want to mess with it. So we'll let that be that. So we are going to go ahead and get started. Because if you all were with us last week, honey, we had a hard time. So let me start the recording.
Recording in progress.
Alrighty. Let me get started. Okay. So, family, welcome to the Truth UnCompromeyezed Show. Tonight we are on the 45th episode of our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. And with this particular series, we are going into the power of consciousness. We started this series with going over a study conducted by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. And in that study, they literally were able to reproduce consciousness via your thoughts / consciousness, creating something from your thoughts into a hologram. So proving the point that you create your own reality, that through your thoughts, you can create your reality, which can turn into physical matter. Okay. This study also, which I was surprised, went over how the concept of time, how it's been taught as linear, past, present, and future does not exist, that time runs simultaneously, and it depends on the frequency that you are tapped into. They admitted to astral travel via your consciousness. They admitted to remote viewing via your consciousness. They even admitted to how based on your vibration, you can ward off any spiritual attacks. Okay, and as a matter of fact, they suggested that as you are astro traveling, that you create a shield of protection around you, and that would ultimately shield you from any other energies or frequencies seeing you in the process. So that was a very, very powerful study. That's what we started out on this particular series. That was the purpose of this series. You have to go back to the beginning episodes to get all of that. And we do provide that documentation to you. I highly encourage you to download that documentation for your records. I don't know how long it's going to be out there, because even with that documentation, there are some missing pages. And we don't know what was on those other pages. Ain't no telling what was on those other pages, because what they did reveal was quite amazing. So we were about to stop it there, and Brother Sean ran across some material from an author, Emily Windsor Cragg, called The Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice. You can download the PDF for free. She wants you to download it for free, but if you want to support the author, you can also purchase the book on YouTube. So here is the book. And in this particular book, she, out the gate, I was surprised. She talked about, and before I even go into what she talked about, the source of her information for the book, she used various sources, okay? Some ancient text. She used, of course, the Bible, also the Quran, and a couple of other these sources I'm not familiar with. So just to give you an idea of how she compiled the book. All right. But out the gate, she talked about how Earth already had inhabitants 450,000 years ago, prior to beings, and I'm just going to say people, arriving from another galaxy or solar system. And those beings are known as the Anunnaki, or people are known as the Anunnaki, who had a highly technical civilization. Okay. So she talked about that the people that were already here were in North America. And then she kind of went into how the Anunnaki were fighting galactic wars, yada, 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 and how the planet, Mother Earth, got injured in the process of the galactic war. I say it was a takeover. And she talked about how the Anunnaki had to reconstruct or repair Mama Earth. I say hence colonization, okay? Now, interestingly enough, a lot of the things that she talked about in this book, you can cross-reference what she's saying, not only with the Quran. I am not versed at all with the Quran, but shout out to Brother Christopher. He is. And so he hits us up with additional information out of the Quran, or translate things that are said to what happened in the Quran. So she did a very good job with this book. I highly, highly encourage you to pick it up. She talks about the many different systems that the Anunnaki brought with them. So the political systems, the religion, etc. So the same systems that we see today. All right. Okay. So from that point, a shout out to Sis Tressie. Because going through that particular book, it reminded me of things that came up in the Terra papers. So Sis Tressie provided us a copy of the Terra papers. So we started getting deep into the Terra papers. And then along that journey, courtesy of the YouTube channel Adapt 2030, he was going over an actual patent for time travel. He mentioned it in one of his particular videos, and I'm like, oh no, I can't let that pass. So we actually pulled the patent. We walked through that patent step by step. Absolutely amazing, the technology that they are talking about in that particular patent. And then, which led us to, well, we got another source from Christopher on the book Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Dr. Chris H. Hardy, a woman. That's the book. And what I love about her book, her source for her book is the Sumerian Text. What I love about her book, she is not looking at it from the lens of the Anunnaki being some type of mysterious, powerful alien being. She's also not looking at it from the perspective of them being these mystical gods. Okay? She's telling it like I saw it once it finally clicked to me that it was an invasion upon the earth. Okay? Not godly creators, an invasion. Okay? I had that epiphany a few years ago when it finally clicked to me. Okay? She has the same premise. Okay? So she's telling it from the perspective of really colonizers. Okay? Using their technology and doing multiple creations of beings for the purpose. They are creating beings, or they created beings for the purpose of a slave race as they pillaged the resources from the planet, which eventually turn into setting themselves up as gods to be worshipped. Okay? So as they were creating these beings, they were using geneticism. Okay? All right. So with that said, we're going to get started. But before I bring on my co-host tonight, I do want to send a shout out to the YouTube family. Shout out to son Scotty, who's going to come on in a moment. Always here early. Shout out to brother Lance. It's good to see you. Sorry that YouTube wiped out your comments. Yeah, you know how that rolls. You put certain trigger words, honey, and you out of there. I don't even get to see them at all. A shout out to Sis Tanya. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Nuwa. I'm looking forward to having you on the panel tonight. Shout out to Nisi Razzo. Okay, and then Sis Sandra. Shout out to Sis Carissa. Good to see you again. Good to see you, sis. And shout out to those that are watching us via YouTube. Okay, so we're going to get started. Oh, before I get started, the video that I played in the very opening, I actually posted the video, I think yesterday. I put together that video, and it was the title of the video is "Do You Know Who You Are?" The inspiration of that video, the music in the video is original. Okay, She Who Walks Among the Mist. I know you all seen her in the chat. I call her Nisi Poo. That is her original work. So she sent it to me and she said, share it with the family. And I thought it was so beautiful that I put together that video. So shout out to Nisi Poo. I know she's actually at a marathon meet. Asia. I think she just finished that marathon, if I'm not mistaken. So shout out to the Christophers. So thank you for that, sis. Peace and love, America land. Good to see you. Okay, family. Let me bring on my co-hosts for tonight. Okay, let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay. Thank you. I'm muted, sis. Peace. You're unmuted, sis. You should be.
I am.
Peace and love, sis.
Up to you, sis Rhonda.
How are you?
Brother Scotty, he's not here yet, huh?
Yeah, he's here. He's in the queue.
Hey. He's back here.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna bring on Brother Sean. Peace and love, brother.
Wholeness and power. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
Okay. Let me bring on son Scotty. Okay. So how many? We can't have not one more man on the panel. Now, I don't like this filling out number. Let me bring on son Scotty.
Peace and love.
How are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Good. Good to hear your voice.
What did
It's funny because last week too, I was like, when Twan came on, I was like, yes, all my young brothers be coming up on here.
Oh yeah, I do. I love the energy of having you all on, because again, it's not about Gen X. It's about you all, and just to see you all grow, and just how mature you all are. That goes a long way. So I joke, but then again, I'm not joking. but I am choosy who comes on the panel. I do that for a reason, and I had to limit opening up the lines because it's just too many idiots, and my nerve system is bad, and I don't want to spend my time cussing MFs out unnecessarily. So, but good to hear your voice. Okay, let me bring on Brother Nuwa. Okay.
Family.
Hey, peace and love.
Peace and love, Auntie Rhonda. Peace and love, Auntie Sandra. Peace and love, Uncle Sean. How y'all doing? Peace and love, Brother Scott.
Wholeness and power.
Peace and love, bro.
How are you?
Doing very well. Thanks for asking. Been enjoying how things are been going. Kind of disappointed with how the turn of events in society is, but heads up, knowing that we have our spiritual guidance to deal with. So.
Indeed. Well, it's good to hear your voice and good to see you back in the mix. So that's very, very good.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Okay, so we're going to start with, because y'all know it usually takes us an hour when we get to go head on with the fuckery. So, Sis Sandra, we'll start with you. You have any go head on with the fuckery this week? Child, I'm stocked up on my water, got a backup drink, got my Tums, got my chapstick, Kleenex. Okay, I'm ready.
Well, first I'm going to say something that's interesting. I hope it's interesting. And that's the Haitians. The Haitians are coming in thousands. And they supposedly was going to be deported out. But I heard they're not being deported out. They went to Florida, I think it is. And then they were given airline tickets to different places in the United States. So, but they looked like they were going to treat them pretty bad. And I think under the table, they're treating them better. So a lot of people were complaining about them. But what came to my mind was the Indian Removal Acts with Andrew Jackson. And all of the ones that went to all of these different islands, they sent them over there, Belize, Bahamas, whatever. And Haitians, they're part of the deal too. And I said, oh my God, are they coming home? And all they need to do, I believe, is take their DNA and they know they belong here. So
I disagree on that, but continue.
But are they getting the people back in here to put the land back where it's supposed to be?
A lot of them Haitians are not indigenous to the Americans, but continue.
Well, I was looking at Carmelo and Hispaniola and how he was talking about how they were here when Columbus landed here, and then they went over there to escape him, and then when he came on his second trip, then they landed in Hispaniola, or I think that's Haiti, I'm not sure, and then they killed them up over there as well. So that's what I was referring to, because that's what I thought I understood.
Yeah, but you have to take into content who colonized Haiti.
Spaniards, France.
So I was gonna go to next. What's the second language that they speak, which is French?
Well, they colonized here too.
Is every Black person indigenous to this land?
No, what I'm saying, they colonized here. The French came here as well.
Right, but did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, they speak it over there. That's what you said.
No. You're missing my point.
They colonized. That's what you said.
Those islands, so Jamaica, what is Jamaica made up of? The Irish?
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. The Irish, right?
Irish.
Mm-hmm.
Irie.
Yep, Irish.
Irie.
Haiti is made up of the French. So meaning just like over here, there is a mixture. So that's why I say you cannot assume because they came from Haiti that they are indigenous to the land. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Just because they're from Haiti and they have a dark hue, you cannot assume they're indigenous to the Americas, just like we cannot assume that even on the mainland, North America, which most of us, I know me included, I have Black European in my family. So that's the point I'm making. But I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to break your train of thought, but I wanted to bring that up because I want people to keep these things in play. You have to keep these things in play because if you do, you can tell by people's actions why they do what they do. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I always thought it was interesting. That's why I said they could check their DNA, and they probably did come from here. But if they don't, they didn't. So, but that was one of the things that was interesting, that they started eliminating them out of the Mexican population, Hispanic population that's coming across the border, and an order went out to get them. So, France was against the United States back in the day. So they were all colonizing over here, France and the United States, or Spain, But anyway, that was my first thing I was looking at. And I'm like, first I thought, man, they treat those people really bad. But then I found out that they were giving them tickets, free tickets to go to different places in this country, and most of the people are going to be disseminated into the country. So I was wondering if it was just returning the people to where they originally started, like that's going to happen in the end, but maybe not. But then another thing is nuisance. He's decided to make houses available on a lot, 2 houses on a lot, so they can, they're going to make more money tax wise if you decide to buy both lots, if you buy that property, or they're going to make you pay more and they're going to make you pay more taxes if you buy a property that they didn't split into lots.
You mean this is Cali, right? Because I know who his raggedy tail is, but
nuisance. Nuisance. I don't call him nuisance.
I know. Yeah. You be so wrong in the process. It tickles me, but continue.
Yeah.
Governor.
You're right.
No. He's nuisance. I don't go there. So anyway, I'm trying not to be disrespectful to the man, but sometimes
he done disrespected the state and everybody up in the state.
That's why I call him nuisance. Yeah. because he acts like a dictator, like he owns this joint, and he's not serving the people. He acts like the people are his subjects. And of course, that he gets that honestly through his bloodline, because he's related to Pelosi, I understand.
Oh, really? Oh, child, that explains everything.
He's
Continue.
Pelosi's nephew. You didn't hear me say that? That's
I
Pelosi.
didn't know. If you did, I apologize. I did not know that. That explain it all. You really don't need to even say no more.
That's why he won.
Child.
People are really not happy about that, but he did.
And you know where she ties back to, supposedly and allegedly.
To whom?
Dang, y'all, what is the banking
family?
Yeah, back in Italy.
Oh.
I can't think of their name. Huh?
Rothschilds?
No.
It's like the Medicis.
Yeah. Something in that line, the Medicis and them. Yeah.
Oh, the
yeah. She ties back to them supposedly and allegedly. And I was
Italian banking families.
Yep. Supposedly and allegedly. I'm like, oh, that's why she gangster like that. Yep.
And they I'm sure nobody votes for her. She come out of California, so they got the system rigged up enough. I believe they have the system rigged enough to get themselves in there until they croak up their toes. So anyway, but he has decided to have 2 houses on a lot. So if you get a lot big enough, like nice piece of land, they're gonna split it in 2 to get other families on that lot with you.
Are they gonna let the tiny homes be on there and
so they can get money,
Because I know in California, people that even want to renovate, if you want to build up, because really the lots aren't big enough in LA. I'm only speaking of Los Angeles right now.
They're really not that big.
Yeah, they're not. But even if you want to build up, it costs you so much money because of all of the hoopla you have to jump through, that it's just cheaper for you to go and buy another house.
Yeah.
California is just a straight mess. I don't see how people do it personally.
It's just a way for them to make more tax money.
Yeah.
More money in the real estate market when they split the lots, and stuff like that. And so, if you want to split your lot, I can see that. But I don't see where you get this nice, beautiful property and have to share it with all the homeless, because that's what people are suspecting. He's going to put the homeless on the lot with you.
Well, who speaking of, I saw on the YouTube channel, German in Venice. The man lives in Venice, and he has some type of store there. He's been in California since the 70s, and so he covers all the areas in Venice, and he'll venture out to LA. So he showed Auntie Maxine. Child, she a hot mess.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't she the one that got the what's the face district? Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Skid Row. That they started cleaning it up. I did not know Skid Row in LA is 50 blocks. Are you kidding me?
They got a whole town, basically, a whole city, community.
I said, shut the front door. I did not know it was 50 blocks, which makes sense why downtown was always so undesirable. That's pretty much all of downtown, 50 blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really crazy going downtown. Like, you literally see the gentrification right next to like the Skid Row. Like, you go to a bar, you park your car, and there's like the tent cities is up everywhere. And like, it's just so bizarre to see. It's like, this ain't supposed to be like this. Like, y'all just, this is normal.
Right.
Like,
but didn't they just started moving into gentrified downtown? Because all the times I was going to LA, I had literally never been downtown because it was no reason for me to be downtown. So I'm assuming that they just started that gentrification process.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I live not that far from downtown, because by the University of Southern California. So like the gentrification of the university is connected to the gentrification of downtown too. So it's like they're constantly building, constantly
Okay,
putting
that
up,
makes sense.
student housing and new high-rise buildings. And, with all that comes the shops and, all of that.
Okay.
The Trader Joe's and the Targets and the Starbucks.
Right. So it's coming. But they I heard they started cleaning it this week. He was showing it. And he said that it's only just a smither, because when he said the 50 blocks, it's going to take them a while. But y'all, the amount of filth. Oh my God. I'm sorry, sis, continue. Yeah,
No,
it's just, I don't know.
But I wanted to say too, it's something like Sis Sandra was saying about the Haitians and how it seems like they just moving them around, because that's what it seems like they doing in LA. These people ain't going nowhere. They just shift them to Koreatown, shifting them to Koreatown, shifting them to Venice, shifting them around here. It's like, and then when it's like, okay, you try to follow the people, it's like at a certain point, it's like, well, where did the people go?
Well, some of them I understand went to the guillotine.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because with them Haitians, I saw that they trying to they hired a Creole speaking Haitian at Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, they wanted him.
What's the justification for them going to Guantanamo, or there wasn't one?
It was Creole speaking Haitian. They want to use him to speak to them.
Yeah, they need a.
I mean, what is the purpose? What justification are they giving for Haitians going to Guantanamo?
I don't think they're going to Guantanamo. I think they're trying to get the interpreter from there to speak to. I don't think they're going, and they didn't say nothing about that.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything.
The whole envoy to Haiti quit. They all resigned.
Yeah, that's right. They sure did.
What you mean by envoy?
I guess as far as for the embassy or those who deal with it.
Really?
Yeah. And also you have to think about if they are going to Gitmo, how many of them was complicit in giving up their children?
I didn't see. Did y'all see any children at the border? Because all I saw were
what I'm saying is, as far as for the amount of children that have been trafficked from up out of there, and the Clintons and them dealing.
Oh yeah.
So some of them skin folks actually is going to be going to Guantanamo Bay. Like,
there's a lot of them.
Twofold going on. They showing us the regular folk down at the border, but it's also them people that's on the inside that they trying to clean up too.
And my whole thing with the Haiti, which is why I would have brought up with when Sis Sandra was talking about when they take their DNA, they're going to find out they're really from here, because Haiti has always been controlled by Europe. Always has. So, and that has not changed. And the reason it's always been controlled is because the leaders that they put in place for Haiti are really indigenous to Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And the Haitians, they don't see it. They don't see it. And people accept that leadership. And this is another example of you have an all-black nation, and they just can't get right, as my cousin would say. When I first heard that, I hit the floor. They just can't get right.
And Auntie, they just killed the prime minister before all this happened.
Yeah, I heard that, and that's not the first time that happened, though. If you go back and I actually dropped a podcast on it, if you go back and look at the history of Haiti, it's always been that way. But what the people are not getting is the reason why it's always that way. And
power
literally,
structure.
Yeah, literally when the leaders either resign or get ran up out of there, guess where they go back to? France.
France. And then all of a sudden some natural catastrophe disaster happens.
Right.
I
Right, that part.
I understand they have boatloads of oil off of Haiti. Boatloads, and the people don't know it, and they want that land from them. You know, these capitalists want that land.
If they wanted that land, they would have been took that land
Well,
because they already took it. Dominican was not Dominican. It was Haiti.
Yeah, it was. That's true.
They already took what they already gangster what they wanted. And anybody that's ever been a Dominican, which I said I will never step back foot on that soil, because when I got there and I learned what was really going on, and literally you had the Haitians trying to come over to the Dominican side for work, and they're openly discriminating against them. It's just a hot mess. But when you get to the Dominican side, you see all of this building. China is over in the Dominican big time. They're building roads, all of that type of jazz. A lot of investments are being poured into Dominican. A lot of quote, quote, Black Americans, not a lot, but some that are entrepreneurs are moving over there, living as expats on the cheap. So my point being is Haiti has always been a mess, and that's all Black owned. To me, Haiti is nothing but a mini Africa. All Black folk that can't get right. And they can't get right because what Black folk not realizing is just because you Black don't mean that you have my best interests at heart. That's why it's important to understand what the true history is and really dig through who is whom.
I said, did you hear what Maxine Waters had to say about it?
What her buddy had to say?
She turned on Biden. She said he fucking up. Said this is like a Trump policy.
Yeah, I'm blinking 75 times. Yeah.
I know, but the point that I'm getting to is read in between the lines. If they're turning on Biden
against each other,
the party's over. They trying to figure out how to get him up out of there. And she trying to play on the whole skin thing.
Yeah, because that's probably her damn cousins and them. They trying to bring over the border from Haiti.
But exactly.
And then Kamala, whether she was like, don't come. But when she was on the little campaign trail, she was like, there's a process. There's a process for this. This is the democratic process for what do they call them? For migrants, for refugees, seeking asylum. Seeking asylum is legal. It's legal. But then all of a sudden now, don't come.
But I mean, if you look about if we go back to the history, what did Ben Franklin say?
Exactly. Don't bring.
Why we want more of them here? Why we want more niggas here? It's already enough niggas.
So why would Biden change his stance when Caucasian numbers are on the decline? Why would he change his stance and want more Black over here when the white population is dwindling? See, because the Black European in power, now not all of Black Europeans, I'm talking about the Black Europeans that's really in power, whose bloodline ties back to the colonizers, that is their dream to be back on top. See, they ain't out slicking me. I see the game for what it is. And Caucasians, them like, no, We got to hold on to our power.
Are you talking about the Huguenots?
I'm just going to sip
Oh.
this water.
Look at it this way: they can't destroy the United States with bombs and guns, so they have to do it from the inside out. So what they're doing, they're bringing over a population that's used to living in terrible conditions, so that they can bring down the status quo of United States to those terrible conditions. Because you can't teach a Haitian how to live in luxury, but they can get comfortable in a slum. And if you now spread them around the United States, California, and all the other places, they will fit in, and thus will bring down the overall status quo of the United States.
Yeah, that's third world country status.
Also, you have to think about, okay, the whole injection thing and the projected amount of population that they anticipate on being gone. They have to replenish the workforce.
Facts.
They need
with cheap labor too.
They need more dummies. Now, those of us who didn't go along with it, they know we ain't gonna do what they want us to do.
Right.
So they need more workers. So what we're potentially looking at is enemies.
I agree. I agree. I agree with that. But it's like you all said, it's that same party battling, because it's like Biden and them saying, no, we don't need more black folk. So wasn't he advocating for Hispanics coming across the border? Unless I'm missing it. So we're watching them basically bring a replacement population into the Americas. That's what we're watching. Another worker replacement population that will be loyal to their party.
Democrats is America with fresh slaves.
And they sacrifice their children in order to get here.
And it's sad. But should that surprise us?
Not at all.
Because anytime you allow your children, generation after generation after generation after generation, to be oppressed, to live in poverty.
Your new normal.
How are you really caring about your children from Jump Street?
You know, they were trafficking, they said 800,000 of those kids a year from there under that,
No, that's how many come up. That's how many come up missing from here.
I was gonna say, it can't be from there. It would have to be over here. I agree.
Reported missing.
Right.
Reported missing. That president that they just assassinated over there said that. He's the one he was taking and telling the stories about what's going on in their country, and he was turning it over to the powers that be over here, and that's why they took him out. That's what was heard. I heard.
Well, I heard that it was something happened where he didn't want to play ball with the establishment.
That's exactly right.
With the back
injection.
Population.
Yeah, they said it was the jab. I don't know for sure. We know that something happened because he was taken out, because you don't get to sit in those seats without being vetted and approved. So obviously he went against the grain per se.
He's at a point something % of vaccinations in their country. Point something. They're now getting people vaccinated with Biden's administration.
Yeah. So I don't know if both are true, if one or the other is true, or if neither are true. But all you have to do is look at the history of Haiti, and this is a pattern. This is not the first time that Haiti has been crossing the border now. Unless I'm mixing up Haiti with somebody else, let's go to the... Now, first of all, let's back up. How did those Haitians
get here?
Because I got the scratch in my head. I'm like, wait a minute.
Right. People don't know
in Haiti,
geography. It's like, you didn't motherfucking walk from Haiti.
Exactly. How the fuck you gonna skip over Cuba, skip over Florida, and you fucking in Texas?
Skip over the water. Don't forget
all of that water. And I was listening to another program, and this lady was talking about it, and she was saying the same thing. She's like, wait a minute, how did they get over here? So this lady called in, and I think she was Haitian. She didn't say she was Haitian. And Charlie, excuses she was given. Well, they walked. We like, no, they couldn't have walked, lady. So she pulled up the map. Tell me how they crossed all this water. Then this was the wildest claim. Well, they family members sent them money from the States to fly over there.
What?
It costs like $20,000. We like, whoa, wait a minute.
And they quarantined you.
Right. You're trying to convince me that a family member paid $20,000 for them to go through that when they could have given them that $20,000 for them to live very much well comfortably in their own country. No, wrong answer.
How come they're on the wrong
Exactly.
flight? Why didn't they fly?
That's what we said. How come they on the other side? So that within itself, then somebody said, well, no, they were in one of the South American countries working, and then they was on the border of Texas and Mexico. Some of them were working. None of it sounds right to me.
None of it.
If you look at those pictures, you see there's men that have food boxes, like 5 or 6 different food boxes in a bag. And my question was, who packed their lunch for them? Where did they get all this food to carry to the border?
Well, somebody said
it's giving real big propaganda.
Well, somebody... Here's the explanation somebody gave, because that's what I said. I said, oh, so somebody packaging up food for them, chilling, waiting on the buses to come pick them up. And so somebody said, no, they were over there working, and they crossed over the border to get them something to eat. I'm like, none of it sounds right to me. I believe those folks were brought in masses.
Yeah, they were. It was like 15,000 of those people over there.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, because don't y'all remember back up in the day in the 80s when Haitians would get on them boats and they didn't give a damn and hit that Florida coast, and baby, they didn't give a damn whether they hit that Florida coast or not. They sent their asses back. But yet Cubans, all they had to do was hit the beach of Florida, and they were given asylum.
Right.
So they think we forgot all about that, right?
Right.
Y'all forget Gen Xers, we still around. We ain't forgot.
I'm used to that.
Yeah, it's really giving a big fucking movie scene.
Yeah,
because I'm like, these high definition pictures, and this is the only thing we have is these traumatic images. I'm like, this is a fucking scene. Do you not see this?
Always.
Do you not see this? Like how they just have these cameras here just perfectly at this time, and these are some good ass cameras. These you capturing little babies, you capturing the horses, muscles, and like, hold on, like
right. Oh boy, in his cowboy hat, and it literally looked like a depiction of a slave catcher. And when I first saw it, I'm like,
that's what they wanted to do.
Go with the theater. Here
they
go
need to pull on them. They need to pull on their little narrative to pull them emotional strings. Now, everybody, if you Haitian, if you're American, oh, you dealt with slavery in your history, and now right, you just all of those images.
Yeah, they gotta trigger the slavery vibe. And I'm like, y'all can go head on with this. Here he is running with some motherfucking styrofoam food trays. He didn't drop that food. Let's be clear. He didn't drop that food. Now,
he was hungry.
Right. How you finna snatch me up? And I'm concerned about the food. You would think that if you're fighting to get away, food and all, you gonna haul ass. Didn't come up out of them cheap ass dollar flip-flops, none of that. I'm like, this stuff, I just can't with these people. But yeah, something is going on, and I think it's a battle to bring in population to have another workforce. I really, really do believe that.
Well, that's the
unjabbed too.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing they're going to try to convince me that they did all of that traveling, that even if the family members sent them money to travel and you got past all of that. Now, anybody that has done any amount of traveling, you know that you have to have visas going to these different places.
We have nothing.
You have to have a visa. So what the F is they talking about? Some of the places you have to have the visa before you even go. So what the F is they talking about? Now, I never crossed over into Haiti, but I'm imagining that Haiti has a customs. I know Dominica did. So none of it makes sense to me. I know Mexico do. I've been to plenty of places in South America. They do. So none of it makes sense to me. I'm just sorry. I'm not buying any of it.
And Mexico is sending buses to pick them up. They're sending buses down there to those people. So
to me, Mexico was an agreement to let them sit there for a few little days. But you better believe Mexico is not going to house them. Mexico got their own poverty issues, they damn self. People jumping over on our side.
Yeah, the buses are taking them into the United States. They're not going back over Mexico, but Mexico is
absolutely, I believe so. And I believe the party, again, Caucasians do not want all of those black folks coming over. They just don't. They would rather have the brown folks, the Mexicans, come over. And you know what? This is the funny part to me. Black people that sat up on their dusty sleep ass, when the Mexicans were at the border and they had all those immigration issues. Oh, let them in. Oh, let them in. That's so cruel. I got to play my violin music. Oh, let them in. That's so cruel. That's so humane. The children. Now what y'all black asses think?
How come the Pan-Africans aren't out there feeding the Haitians?
Because they can't feed their damn self. All they're going to do is sit and talk shit like they normally do.
Where's Black Lives Matter at the border?
I totally 1000% agree.
They're not there.
I 1000% agree.
The cartel shipping them people up here. It ain't Mexico.
Right. I was about to say, this is all trafficking. They just scratching each other's back. They all know they just trafficking people.
Yeah.
Because all the people got to pay to make it up here. And those who don't have the money, they have to cut a deal. You now belong to the cartel.
That's their form of indentured servitude.
Right.
Right.
So
them people is the
right. You come in to put in work. Period.
Right. Purge. Exactly.
Whatever we tell you to do, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna get these drugs out here. You're gonna create chaos and havoc. You're gonna kill motherfuckers. That's what they do.
Exactly.
And the thing is, if the Donald and all of them is in control, like they say they are, and we know this all been a big ass show, all these different people with all these masks and all these bullshit, because you can tell these motherfuckers ain't the same. All you have to do is look at a picture from a few years ago to what these motherfuckers look like now.
Mm-hmm.
It's all a big ass show.
It is.
Ain't none of this shit happening that you think is happening.
Agreed.
They're taking you away from you. They're distracting you from what mama is doing to their
Agreed.
ancestors. That's
Agreed.
the most important
It
thing
really
that's
is.
happening right now. And if you ain't with mama, that means you with them and that bullshit. And you just trying to reposition yourself to be able to get something out of it.
Right.
But all you gonna get is fucked. They've been showing you this shit, the same script. I don't care what era it's in.
That's right.
The same fucking script. When you bow off into their show, you fucked. When you agree to become a character and you're letting someone else tell you what your character is supposed to be, what your character's role is, you're fucked.
Yep.
They've been showing us that for how many decades in the movies? Whenever they have a token in the movie, he the first one to go,
Yep.
even though we can just look at us now. Over 450,000 years of bullshit, and we still here. Obviously, they showing you this shit in reverse.
Right.
That nigga gonna be the last motherfucker standing while they all gone. Because as you see throughout the rest of the movie, they die all type of stupid and fucked up ways. They fall down and just lay there and get killed. And, I mean, they just agree to it. They just want to get fucked up every way imaginable. They right in the middle of motherfuckers being killed left and right.
Mm-hmm. The
And
NPCs.
still got to throw that sex scene in there.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm like, who the hell got time to throw down? If you don't get your ass, I'm gonna take this brick and bust the fuck out of you. Get out of my face. I'm trying to survive. You would be talking
It's the
Them
last
getting
days.
impaled
We gotta
together.
get it
the
in.
hell on.
And get killed together.
Right. Right. No, you could play with yourself and get killed by yourself. I'm out of here. Exactly. Just crazy.
But it's a show. I
Yeah.
mean, we have to keep
I
that
would,
in mind.
I would even go so far as that young girl that supposedly got killed with her fiance. It's a distraction as well, because there's people who've gotten beheaded on the sidewalk, and they just mentioned it one kept skipping.
It's the same script. How
Yeah.
and this no offense to white women, but how many skinny ass white women must come up missing and it be a national crisis?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they just run.
You know, they gotta have one at least one every 10 years.
It's a timing of when it happens. So.
Exactly.
Exactly, it's right. And they running the mess out that. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Because I didn't even know the lady's name, and I saw it coming up on my YouTube feed. I'm like, who the hell is that? And when I clicked on it, I'm like, oh, that skinny white lady. And you know, if it's true, I'm sorry the lady lost her life, but people come up missing all day, all the time. So why does her story become so important? Because they like running the same script, the same programming. They like to keep the populace occupied.
Or to make a movie about it, probably. It's like, are you serious?
But see, that was more or less for the quote unquote white population
Exactly.
that's trying to wake
That's
up.
exactly what it was.
Most of our people don't care about shit like that. We all know somebody that's missing right now today.
Exactly.
So
exactly. Or there's been, and if you don't know nobody's missing, you sure know somebody that done lost their life to violence.
Right.
Domestic violence at that, because we sit up and pretend like we don't hear somebody getting their ass whooped right next door or right out in the goddamn street. But as you see with them, on the goddamn freeway in the middle of the desert, somebody rode past and saw him slapping her and immediately had to call in. Now, if that was our people, That shit would have just been on World Star.
Right. I don't want to get
Motherfucker would have
involved.
just broke their phone out and just recorded like,
Right.
damn, he fucking that bitch up.
Right.
What she do? What she do?
Exactly. And I'm not even saying jump in, but motherfucker,
Right.
at least call the police. Shit.
Oh, but back in the day,
Oh, that
we
wouldn't have
used to
happened.
jump in. It ain't about calling the police because we ain't want them motherfuckers nowhere in our hood. So if you doing something that's gonna cause them to come, we about to fuck you up.
Exactly.
Ain't
And
no
not
need
to
to bring it in
mention
here.
your family, the woman's family. Oh, I
Exactly.
know so and so didn't put their motherfucking hands on you. It just didn't happen. It
Yeah.
just did not happen. That was your ass. You didn't put your hands on somebody.
They come get you up. We used to come get a nigga out of his house.
Yeah, exactly, and whoop that ass. So literally, we're telling you all the younger generation, because that's literally how it used to be. Now, you did have some stupid ass, mammy ass broads that be right back hugged up.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Shit, as old as my dad is, he ain't gonna tolerate that. Now, he ain't gonna be tussling with a nigga, but he be packing some heat. He ain't finna tolerate that, but he ain't gonna have to be tolerating that, because his daughter packs some motherfucking heat too. All the Johnson women. Nah, you ain't finna put your hands on us and get away with it. I can promise you that. But, but yeah, it's just absolutely ludicrous. But yeah, they ran the script on white people. They ran the script on melanated people with the slave catching scene. But there is a behind the scene battle to me to replace population. That's exactly what they're trying to do.
You know, they did that back in 18 something after slavery, because they wanted to I read it in a book, how they wanted to filter out our getting the jobs, because they said most of the slaves had all of the skills and they didn't want the slaves with the jobs. And that's
right.
That was the Democratic Party that did that.
Right.
After slavery?
Well, right around that.
Yeah, I was going to say after indentured servitude.
After, that contract.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We only correct because we want to keep the record straight. Well, yeah, absolutely. They did that. And remember, white folks, if they're truthful with themselves and they trace their ancestry, they're going to see where their families came over in the 1900s. Majority of the white people's families came over in the 1900s. Now, if y'all really want to get clear on it, in the late 1800s, a lot of white European children were brought over, i.e. the orphans. So if white people are really, really honest with themselves doing their genealogy, they didn't get here until the late 1800s. But majority of them got here in the 1900s.
And their daddy probably an orphan. Have no lineage, no ties to anything, anywhere.
That is correct. That is correct. That's correct. And you will run into some white people. That population is dying off now. Some baby boomers, but the silent generation, they're pretty much gone. But the silent generation, some of them remember being orphans and living in orphanages. They remember that. So absolutely, this has always been about employment. It's always been about that.
Exactly. And that brings us back to the fact that that's why they bring in the Haitians over here, is to mix up the culture here, to
them ain't Haitian.
Cheaper work.
Yeah, they're not Haitians. We keep saying that they Black Europeans.
Or Black Europeans.
Just like the other Black Europeans came over here on indentured servant contracts. It's the same script. We keep telling y'all it's the same script. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. That's why we keep pointing it out. It does not change. And again, why can't people stay in their own countries and clean up their own shit and make it work? Everybody want to be over here on this island. I'm just saying.
That just goes to show you they bloodline. They motherfuckers, they want something for nothing. They motherfuckers, they want somebody else's shit. They motherfuckers who don't want to have to put in no goddamn work. They motherfuckers that don't want to take no accountability for what the fuck is going on where they are.
I agree.
They willing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
They willing to just give up their motherland and come to somebody else's. I mean, to me, that's like, instead of breastfeeding off your own mama, you want to go breastfeed off of somebody else's mother.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. And I'm sorry. Our breasts are tired. Shit. The American women, our shit is sagging. Everybody been slurping off of us.
Swinging on them.
Swinging on them. We ain't even got a chance to put on the bra to get them back in shape. Everybody continued over here swinging off of our tit.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's a perfect analogy. And I'm sorry. I don't need you if you have not proven to me what value you bring. Because again, if you cannot sustain your own household, sustain your nation, what the hell I need you over here for? It's just that simple. We got our own set of problems over here. Literally, Haiti is all black. Literally all black. Mexico is all Hispanic.
How that happened?
We got our own set of problems over here as Americans, and specifically Black Americans, and break that group down, indigenous Black Americans. We got to really clean up our own fucking house and get real and honest with ourselves and start doing a deep cleaning within our own house. I don't need, as I'm cleaning my house, you bringing in more debris. That doesn't make sense. Everybody want to come over here and swing and you know, slurp off of our tit. Everybody. And it's been like that for quite some time. Since the 1600s. And it's frustrating for Blacks in America. You sitting up here rah-rahing for a group that's not going to rah-rah for you. And that's not being racist. That's being real. They're not going to rah-rah for you. And meanwhile, your house is in shambles. It's just sickening. And that's why, as Americans, we have to call each other out. I'm speaking specifically in the Black community. You're going to have to call each other out and start getting rid of some motherfuckers. That's just the bottom line. They got to go. If you want to rah-rah with them so bad, y'all go on and build that motherfucking nation. Go build it in Africa. Go build it in Haiti. Why can't y'all go do that? Get the hell on. Pan-Africans, you said you're not from here. Why the fuck are you still here?
I think our people still see us as a minority here. They still believe in that dumb shit. So they thinking that if it's more quote unquote melanated people here, that we'll have a chance to be able to turn things. But they forget that every melanated person that ain't from here, that comes here and becomes a quote unquote citizen, has the status of white. So numerically, they are enforcing that whole minority thing. They not coming over here wanting to be classified as Black
No.
or even African
No.
American. And they
No.
can be directly from Africa for goddamn 15, 16 generations and come over here and take the status as white. They don't say they African American. They don't say they Black.
Right.
When they refer to themselves, they refer to their culture or whatever they going by, culture, tribe, whatever. But
Right.
they never take that blanket statement and address themselves with it.
No, because and we can look back to how things happen today, because Africans, for the most part, they have their own separate communities from the Black community. When they're coming over here, they're not blending in. Some of them do, a lot of them, most of them, they don't. They stick in their concentrated community. Even back up in the day when the Black Europeans were coming over here, initially, they were sticking together, especially the Huguenots and them. They were sticking together. Now, out of necessity, and when the indigenous Americans started doing business, because actually that's how they got over here. That's just a separate topic of discussion. And they started marrying in. And I believe the only reason that we are blended today as Black Americans, and folks can't tell the difference between Black Americans from Black Europeans and indigenous Americans, because of the intermarrying and because of the slavery narrative. Shit, I forgot my point. Sorry, and it was a good one. Damn. Oh well. But anyhow, we just have to look at it for. Oh, that was my point. We can't tell the difference today, but the only reason that it got blended so well was because we started warring with the colonizers. That's the only reason that we all started blending so close together. Be like, oh, wait a minute, they trying to screw both of us over. Not only you, Black Indian, but me, Black European as well. That's the only reason.
But you can still tell the difference between us and quote unquote Africa.
That's the thing that be messing me up. I'm like, how you gonna sit here up in my face and tell me I'm African? And I've had people tell me you got white in your family. I said, motherfucker, prove it. How you gonna tell me what jumped out of my mother's womb? Prove it. You can tell the difference. You could put an African up against many shades of Black Americans. There's not even close to looking alike.
That's true.
It's a different genotype. And if you really get good, once your eye really opens, you can really see who's Black European. When your eye really gets good, you'd be like, yeah, you Black European. I can see it. So yeah, it is what it is. But Black folks, it's a lot of things that need to be done. I do feel that we are at a crossroad, and I do feel that a lot of people are going to get left behind. And maybe that's the way it needs to be. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
definitely. Nothing to be sorry about, sis. They chose.
Yeah, well,
They chose. I mean,
it's frustrating. It gets
indeed.
frustrating. You let it go, but it's just so many issues, so many people lost, so many people that want to hold on to cognitive dissonance. I'm like, it is what it is. Literally, it is what it is at this point. And the biggest issue I say is folks do not want to take total accountability and ownership of self. They want a system. They literally do want a system. And you cannot have a group of people running a system that allows you to have privileges and you tell them what to do. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. I mean, anytime we get to the point where something so simple as having healthy homes, people are not even making the connection, the simple fucking connection in the Black community of having a healthy home. That's a big problem. That's a huge problem. We're going to ignore this. We're going to ignore all the fucked upness of this. Now we're going to ignore the root issue. No, I want a nation. Motherfucker, you can't even run a household. You just got up from sleeping on a piss-ass mattress and you want a what? It is cognitive dissonance at the highest. So it is what it is. So peace and love, T. Christopher. We were talking about you. And Miss Asia running the race. It's so good to see you. Oh, okay. Navarra says, I'm missing a whole family from the 1917 pandemic. I can't find 12 death certificates in VA. Yeah, it's so much that has been going on, but the cycle keeps repeating because people are not getting it. But I think this time around, it is enough people that are getting it, and I think it's very scary for them. I think it's really, really scary for them. Like, wait a minute, what do you mean? So we shall see. Okay, so does anybody else have any go ahead on with the fuckery? No, we didn't talked about a lot.
It came out basically. I was going to touch on stuff about the Haiti, all that stuff. So yeah, it just came out doing that.
Yeah, naturally. Yep. Indeed. Okay.
I would like to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
When it comes to us allegedly and supposedly creating our own reality, we have to realize that whatever frequency you're vibrating at, that's the only frequency in which you can manifest that. So if all your thoughts are about this system and within this system,
right,
you just gonna keep manifesting low frequency shit. And Mama already told you that ain't none of this third density bullshit happening. It's over. Her frequencies have risen off the charts.
right.
I don't even think they get accurately assess what her frequency is now.
I agree.
That's why there's so much chaos and distractions and bullshit. They can't stop what's happening. Only thing they hoping for is to stop as many of us from ascending with Mama so that we can continue to create a reality for them.
Exactly.
Without your God energy, they have nothing.
Yep.
That's why they're all here.
Mm.
And you also have to think about the fact, why are they all of a sudden in a hurry for you to change into a crystal being or a pure light being?
Right.
If in that state you're untouchable and they can't do nothing with you, why would they help you or want you to achieve that state? It's just something to think about. Some of them say that they couldn't intervene till we reached a certain frequency. Is that the only time that they have direct access to us? Other than that, they have to use us to go against one another. Just something to think about, because they ain't said they ready to just lay down and die.
Right.
They ain't said that they tired of eating good. They offered you a new deal so that you feel better about being preyed on. If you haven't gone within and manifested your purpose from within, you following somebody else's script. What inside of you told you that you're destined for the fifth dimension? Or is that something you have been being told?
Mm.
It's not like any of this information slipped out. You can hear recordings back in the 40s, 50s, 60s talking about this stuff, age of Aquarius.
Yep.
And all this stuff. They was just letting out bits and pieces of information to condition you for this change.
Right.
How much of this change was facilitated completely by you as far as for what's going on within you?
Right.
Fuck society and the images and everything that they give you. What's going on with inside of you? That should be your primary focus. Period. If they can unlock shit for you or give you certain abilities, don't that mean they know how to shut the shit off? Ain't that just another privilege they're giving you
Right.
during that 1,000 years of peace? Because you can't lose sight of the fact that all of them keep saying is just 1,000 years of peace.
Right. Which could be a day in their time, but right.
But once again, somebody else has set out the rules, have written a script, and now it's up to us to choose what character we wish to be in their play.
Yeah.
Because they the ones telling us everything that's about to happen. whether it's them, the Galactic Federation, the Pleiadians, the Anunnaki, whoever.
Right.
Everybody has something to say, but the indigenous people. And as long as the indigenous people are believing everything that they say, regurgitating everything that they say, that's what we're putting out in the universe. That's what we're manifesting. They give you the little storyline about the bad guy finally being subdued, or as the books say, Lucifer being thrown in the lake of fire for 1,000 years.
Right.
Then no matter what he's done, he get to get out.
Right.
Even though he's actually done nothing but suggestion. That's what thought forms do. They make suggestions.
Right.
You have a choice. And it's not just the options that they give you. Unless you're a part of their script. Then your options are limited. But I digress.
Indeed. Indeed. Let me give you your explosion. Okay. Before we get into the topic, she who walks among the mist says, we done already won, so let's keep winning. Family first, tribe up, wise up, rise up. Family first, tribe up, wise up, rise up.
Yeah, but we got to put self in front of that family. Because if
Absolutely.
you're not right, your family ain't going to be right.
Right. Yep. And then and thank you for reminding me. She says, let's send protective energy to Dr. Carmen Johnson. Remember, she was the sister that we brought on probably maybe a month or 2 months ago, and she shared her story of being falsely incarcerated. It's really, really a rough story. Really, really a rough story. She is actually going to a black tie event tonight. She's giving a speech in front of the same folks who were behind, some of the same folks who were behind and participated in her getting locked up for something that she did not do will be at that event. So let's definitely send her some protection energy around her. And we're going to have her back on. She is going to release a book pretty soon. I think it's maybe coming out next month, if I'm not mistaken. So we're definitely going to have her back. Really, really wonderful, cool lady. She's been through a lot. And I thought it was cool that she grew up also knowing who she is out of South Carolina. Oh, that's the brother's name. Winanagi is the brother that came up with. I really like that when he said
Wanagi.
Wanagi. Okay, Wanagi. Family first, tribe up, wise up, rise up. Wanagi. I like that. Thank you, brother, for that. I like that. Okay, so yeah, let's keep sis Dr. Carmen Johnson sending her healing protective energy. Okay. Let's get started. Here we go, y'all. Chow and last week. Whew, chow. We went over in the Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Dr. Chris H. Hardy. Here's the book. Just real quick before I give a recap, a high-level recap of where we were last week. Yeah, thank you. I'm born here. Peace and love, beloved. Thanks for the reminder. There's 21 container ships off the Virginia coast and also off of Cali too, Long Beach, if I'm not mistaken, not coming to ports. So get your necessities while they're available. Yeah, they've been talking for quite some time about good shortages. So yes, thank you for that reminder as well. Another thing before I do the high level recap, Jordan, man. I'm literally about to say dome. That was literally the next words coming out of my mouth. Sis Divinity had hit me to, y'all remember the series on CBS, Under the Dome? It ran for 3 seasons. I never watched it. It was a Stephen King thingy.
Yes.
So she said they snatched it off the air after the 3 little seasons. She said, go watch it. And I went to get it. And if you do decide to get it, download an app called Peacock. It's for free. And you can watch it there for free. Otherwise, you have to buy the seasons. So I went and got it, and it's about this town that literally this town got a dome put over it. And they don't know why the dome got put over it. And the dome is crystal. Well, let me back up because they don't know what the dome is made out of, but the dome is clear. I finished the first season. I'm in the second season, and I'm frustrated because it's getting too soap opera-y. But the first season, they were dropping a lot of jewels in there because in this dome, they pretty much were saying they figured out that once that dome enclosed over that particular area, that it created its own climate, its own ecosystem. And they literally were saying this in one of the episodes, and I was sitting there like, damn, they got this stuff right in our face. And they were just showing how they were trying to penetrate it, and they couldn't. And as it gets deeper into the episodes, they're showing how the dome has its own set of intelligence, which I found absolutely fascinating. They also, as it got deeper into the episodes, are showing how the people are connected to the dome. So meaning through the people's consciousness, it can be directly plugged into the dome, and certain events and actions can happen. And specifically, they showed one episode where the dome was creating weather based on the consciousness of 2-3 of the main characters. And it keeps showing you throughout these particular episodes that pretty much everything that happens within the dome is intertwined with the people's actions, their consciousness. Okay. And then they're also throwing in there now in the second season, they're trying to hint at the origins of the dome. So I just thought that was really, really, really interesting. And it made me think of what we're going over in this series, and as we talk about the colonization, and part of that colonization was the dome being placed over, etc. So pretty interesting. If you get a chance, check out the first season. I'm trying to get through season 2. It's making my nerves bad because it's too soap opera-y. I'm like, okay, get back to the nitty gritty. But they drop a lot of stuff. But it's called Under the Dome, and you can download the app Peacock for free, and you can watch it for free there. All right, let's get back to what we were talking about. Okay, so we got into last week in this particular book, Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Dr. Chris H. Hardy. We went over, did the Anunnaki have religion? And interestingly enough, didn't appear that they did. Okay, they did not have the concept of a higher being God. These particular folk, for them, it was all about the technology. Okay. However, she went into here in this particular section, she went into, as what folks are calling today, the esoteric side of what the serpent or the snake means. She kind of gives the different origins of where it came from. All right. So, and some of this we already knew when you look at what they're calling the medical symbol today with the 2 intertwined snakes, that actually represents
Caduceus.
Yeah, and DNA geneticists. She also, which I had never heard before, she talked about the serpent as Sophia. Okay, so the goddess Sophia, and how that particular Sophia serpent was really in Gnostics. Now, this didn't come from the Sumerian text. It came from the Gnostics that, I'll just read this recapture right quick. Thus, in the Garden of Eden, according to the Gnostics, it is Sophia herself, the female spiritual principle, who is incarnated into the human Eve. So remember, there were 2 sets of people or beings created. So that original Adam and Eve story, there was another couple, Adapta and Titi. Adamu. No, no, that's not what they call him. It was Adapta and TT. And actually, the knowledge was given, the priesthood and the knowledge was given to Adapta, not to Adam. Now that blew my locks back. He was adopted into the priesthood by Enki, not Adam. But nonetheless, in the whole biblical story with Adam and Eve, and that garden story, this is what this particular Gnostic passage is talking about. That it is Sophia herself, the female spiritual principle, who is incarnated in the human Eve, and who talks to Adam through the serpent, another of her manifestations. And she is the one to raise his consciousness to initiate him, the soul, to the mystery of his own inner being, his own self. Says the reality of the rulers, then the female spiritual principle came in the snake, the instructor, and it taught them Adam and Eve. Elaine Pagels, the eminent Gnostic scholar, in her book, Adam, Eve, and the Serpent, explains the secret book of John suggests that Adam's experience as he awakened to Eve's presence prefigures that of the Gnostics who sunk into a state of oblivion, suddenly awakened to the presence of the spirit hidden deep within. So I found that interesting in the Gnostics. And they also talked about even the name, even in a play on that name from the Sumerian Text perspective. And you get a feeling of why the biblical story put the whole blame on Eve for Adam biting off the apple and coming into knowledge. So that was really, really interesting. And then she went into them setting themselves up as gods. So meaning the Anunnaki set themselves up to be worshipped as gods. All right. Their concept of having a god or a creator really didn't exist with these beings. Instead, they were more on a hierarchical perspective. So meaning they were assigned roles and titles. All right. So we talked about this before, that Enki is a title. Even in Leo, they called it in Leoship is a title as well. Okay, so that's the recap. I'm trying to see where we left off. Did we talk about the tree of life?
Well, that goes to show you what's going on now. Science and technology. They keep talking that shit about follow the science, believe the science, and want to impress us with their technology, even though it's a cheap knockoff of us.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely. Yeah, and what we've gotten out of this so far is that, and we've talked about this before, even when we were in the Terra papers, actually, even when we were with Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice, these beings, it was nothing mystical or godlike about them. It was all about technology. That's it. And still to this day, it's all about technology. Okay? All right. So, oh shoot, I should have
I know
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
we mentioned at the very last, that I mentioned it at the very last, that they spared Babylon.
Yes, yes. Talk about that, sis, just highly. I usually mark where I left off, and I guess I didn't, but go ahead.
We were on the part where the winds of the atomic bomb passed over all the lands of the indigenous people and didn't pass over Babylon.
Right, but just in that area, in that particular
Middle
Eastern, right, Middle Eastern,
Pakistani,
exactly, them stands as we call it.
Mm-hmm. So that means that they eliminated the Aboriginal people of the lands over there, because Babylon was, I think, one of their fictions, because Babylon, had all those ideas of child sacrificing and all those esoterical things they were doing, trying to reach the heavens and get off the planet and all this kind of stuff, according to what the script says about it. And a lot of the stuff in religions, as far as I know, comes from Babylon. Because Babylon passed on a lot of its beliefs to the populace that we are now.
Right, which would make sense if all of that dramatization jumped off over there, and in Leo ship and Enki Nem was over there ruling, which yet again, that was over there, not over here. That was over there, not over here. We're not saying that they didn't come over here and conquer and colonize. Obviously they did. So even though you will find artifacts It still originated over there. We have not found any other concrete evidence saying otherwise. But yes, great point, sis. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to guess, y'all. I apologize where we left off.
That's where I stopped you.
I know, and I was still in here with these old ass eyes. Oh, nope. I think we
I just
talked about.
wonder.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I just wonder how much of the indigenous population was left over there after them being over there for
Exactly.
so long, because they were still carrying on their experiments and everything over there. The only indigenous people that they truly make mention of is those here in North America.
Yeah.
Because as far as for whether you're talking about Atlantis, Lemuria, or whatever, according to them, those are their colonies. Those are places that they seeded with beings.
Yep. That is correct.
Everybody and everything is distinct and different from the indigenous people.
That is correct.
That's why the so-called Galactic Federation, Cryon, all these channeling people at some point make reference to the indigenous people separate and apart from everything and everybody else.
Exactly.
So I don't get why we don't understand that we are distinct and different from everything and everybody else.
Software update.
Exactly.
It don't matter about the complexion of their skin. Period. Because according to them, everything in the entire universe was melanated at one point.
Right.
So as far as for these pale skins, reptilians, and all this other stuff, as far as for everything that originally appeared in the quote unquote humanoid form, it was melanated.
Right.
So, I mean, until we can fully grasp that,
But
we
people,
always gonna be fucked because we think because somebody's skin complexion that they on our motherfucking side.
exactly. And that's where the cognitive dissonance come into play and why folks keep arguing this logic. Oh no, that happened over here and da 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 da. I'm like, you're not making sense. Because in one breath you're saying that white people wasn't in rulership, that it was all melanated kingdoms. And then in another breath, you're saying that white people did this and that. I'm like, you're not logically making sense. Because when it boils down to it, you do have to get down to the nitty gritty and realize that it's separate bloodlines amongst melanated people. It is. It's separate bloodlines. And, you know, this notion that the Anunnaki, I just don't understand this logic also. If someone is enslaving you, let's say we have two masters. Let's put this in terms that we can understand in this century, since everybody want to hold on to the slavery narrative. So I'm going to make this clear. You have two slave masters. They have two different plantations. They're related. One slave master brother is just a motherfucker. He works people to death, just work, literally to death. He don't give a damn whether there's any happiness involved, any of that. Your purpose is to work. Do what I tell you to do, when I tell you to do it, or suffer the consequences. The other slave master brother, he's more compassionate. You still have to serve me.
And Lil.
Exactly. You still have to serve me. You still have to do what I tell you to do. You still have to see me as a God, but I'm going to give you privileges. I'm going to allow you to learn. I'm going to allow you to rest and take days off, to have a family. Why are people still in their mind thinking that one is for you and the other is not for you? And yes, I am telling the story using this analogy of Inky and Enlil.
Because of the generosity.
Yeah, because of the generosity. But aren't you still under slavery?
But it's nice.
Aren't you? What you minx to tell me, which is what we're still dealing with today, by the way. What you mean to tell me is that you're comfortable under slavery. As long as you're able to get privileges and you're treated nicely.
Go to the store and buy you something.
Because there's someone lesser than you that you look down upon, so it's okay.
Literally, that's the logic. Even when we get into this particular Sumerian text knowledge, you still have folks rooting for Enki. He was our savior, but he was your enslaver.
He just wanted a more productive slave, and he wanted you to keep creating slaves and keep it going on.
Exactly. Because if he really loved you and cared for you, you wouldn't be a slave in the first place. And matter of fact, he would take you back to his homeland to kick it. Just that mentality. But we still see that carried down to today. We still see it.
Even in the Bible with Adam and Eve, if the God of that story wanted them to be on equal playing field, he would have told them the truth about the tree and told them what the tree was really about. But he wanted them to be in still a slave position where you have to get that knowledge from me. You can't get it on your own.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okay, so I just find that interesting that people and only thing I can think of, some of the people, that is their ideology because that is their bloodline. And that's fine. That's not everybody's bloodline. It's just that simple. If they're your gods, that's your business. Go on and keep making arrangements with your God and let that be that.
You can use God and the devil in that example too.
That's true.
I've also
had some people say they choose quote unquote Lucifer because he gives them the freedom to do what they want to do.
Right. And
he doesn't judge them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and give them privileges.
Whereas your God is mean and spiteful and is going to curse you to hell and all damnation, exactly. And there's nothing that you can do to please him.
Exactly. So if that is the point, if that's the case, none of them are free.
Mm-mm.
Again, none of them are free. It is what it is. Do we all live up under colonization? I call them the cosmic colonizers. Absolutely. But I ain't consenting to a damn thing. I'm sorry, I don't consent to it. And I'm certainly not going to give kudos to colonizers. Again, I am not consenting to it, any of it, nor am I giving consent to colonizers. A colonizer is a colonizer. A pimp is a pimp. But if you feel different, go ahead on and, live in your world. That's cool too. All right. So y'all forgive me if this is a repeat. That's on me. I should have asterisk where we left off. It's not gonna be. Oh wait. Yeah, I remember. Thank you, Sis Sandra. You did. You brought me to what we talked about because I see the deluge. Yeah, because we talked about Noah was the only one that got the message. Who his name? They're saying Noah's name is Suzandra. He was the only one that got the message of the deluge. Okay, which proves yet again that Noah is a part of that Anunnaki bloodline. Remember, they said in the Bible, Noah was a giant. Okay, he may not have been as tall as the Titans, but Noah was a giant. We put the dots together years ago in the book of Enoch that Noah was a part of the Anunnaki bloodline. Okay, so here again, Noah, the one that get the heads up on the deluge when they were wiping out that area that Sis Sandra was talking about. And so that area, again, was not the entire planet. Was not the entire planet. It was only those stands. That stand area. Okay, so it says we're on page 31. And again, we're not reading the entire book. I'm only taking highlight excerpts. I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh no, Sis Sandra, can you see the moon right now?
Oh, what the hell going on?
I don't know. We had clouds and smoke today.
Okay, because it's just red. It's just red in the sky. I was just
There's
like,
a lot of smoke in the air.
Yeah, it literally looks like just like
Like
an orange tangerine.
It's probably a fire real close because it's been nasty this morning.
You should take a picture of it and put it on Instagram if you can.
Yeah. Okay, I just was wondering.
Okay.
And Rhonda, the world flood that we're talking about, is that also what's responsible for what we're calling the mud flood over on this part of the plane?
No.
Or are they separate events?
Yes, separate events, because according to this, this deluge that they're talking about, that only happened in over there in what they're calling today the Middle East.
Okay.
Yeah, so which also lines up with what the mud flood community was saying, that they keep having these different reset events. But yeah, this was separate. It was only in that particular area. All right. Okay, so the consultation of oracles and seers to guide their actions. Marduk. Oh, it's read by you. She who walks among the mist. Oh, she's in Vegas.
Starfires.
Okay. All right. So, consolation of oracles and seers to guide their actions. Marduk. Now, remember that's Enki's son, if I'm not mistaken. Steeped in astronomy, was making his own predictions based on his astronomical observations. Notably, the cycles, notably that of the precessional cycles and its minor cycles. So, the precession of the equinox, or that dome clock. So, let me pull this up for refresh folk memory. Y'all, I don't be knowing what be happening to my bookmarks. A sister be having. I guess I got so many damn books that I'm reading at one time. I guess I run out. So I use this nail file to hold my place. So let me I just want to show y'all real quick. Where is that one that I put
So,
on there? I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean, while I look for this picture.
so if he had to study and learn that, that just goes to show you that they ain't the creators of every goddamn thing. If they still trying to figure out shit that's going on here with Mama, they still trying to figure out shit because they don't know everything.
Right.
It's not their world.
But that's why they keep tapping into us, getting our blood, our DNA, and anything and everything that we're willing to give them. They trying to figure everything out.
I'll say it's more they have control of this realm through us. They can't control this realm directly. They have to use us. So they trick us through the propaganda to get us to walk in the things that they can't do.
They ain't tricked everybody. Some went along with it.
Facts.
That's the only way that they got so deeply entrenched.
Right.
You can't just pop up like, let's say at your house. I can't just pop up in your house and get everybody in your house to turn on each other without somebody inviting me in.
Correct.
And feeling comfortable enough with me to believe what I'm saying.
And convincing the others to trust you by trusting their judgment of you.
Exactly.
Exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sorry, y'all. I thought I had put that in my stuff. Let me do a quick search because I had a good one too.
You know,
go ahead, sis.
I found out when you read Genesis of the creation, and this God had to put Adam to sleep to give him the rib.
Yeah.
I thought that's strange. Why would God have to put you to sleep? Or so you couldn't feel pain or something. He made you supposedly.
Why couldn't you remake a completely new version?
Yeah.
Don't they give you anesthesia in the hospital? Don't they put you under for certain procedures?
Man didn't do that. But a God, I mean, you could have done a miraculous change, like poof, pop your fingers like in Bewitched. Pop your fingers and it happens. You know what I'm saying? I said, no, why would he be like a man to put him to sleep? It's crazy. But they said he's God. I said, no, all knowing, can do anything but fail. You know what I'm saying?
When you have technology, you can appear to be God.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it.
Exactly. And that's all they did. And I guess what just, oh, there it is. I knew I would find it. Let me download this again. Just the fact
that they doing that in Stargate SG-1. I swear, every time they go somewhere, they think it's a god. They think it's a god, and they done got the people all duped and got them on a religion or forcing them into labor. Very rarely do you meet ones that are just high level and just treat the indigenous people good. There are some, but most times, nah. They just going around pretending that they gods and be colonizing and just sucking the life out of the people.
Exactly. Ciphering the resources. Colonizers. Okay, so let me I found a picture just as a reminder of what the precession of the equinox is. Okay. All right. So just a reminder, it should be coming up for y'all. Should be coming up. I don't know why this computer over here be acting slow sometimes. Okay. Yep, y'all should see it now. Okay. So remember when we talk about astrology, i.e. the stars, remember we're talking about this is really the clock that determines time. Okay? So each one of these astrologies represents an age. And forgive me for those that know this. I keep going over this so folks can truly get this. Okay? So to go around this thing once and complete each one of these ages is 25,960 years. Okay, so if you divide that by 12, I think you get 21 and some 2,100 and some change per age. Okay, each one of these ages, because remember, this is the clock that sets time in this realm. Now, my personal opinion, and I'm only using deductive reasoning, is that this clock was a part of the colonization system. This is what creates the illusion of time. Okay? And each one of these ages represents a frequency energy. Each one of these ages also represents which leader will rule in that particular age. Okay? So this right here is the Pisces age. Okay, so you can think of Jesus or Jesus. That is why the Christians represent Jesus with the fish. They do not realize that they are worshiping astrology. Okay? Inky is also represented as the fish as well. Okay, so just from my particular opinion is that this is the Pisces age was when the original clock started, because we know in the Sumerian text that Enki was one of the scientists that worked on constructing or repairing, they say repairing, quote, quote, repairing the earth. I say colonizing and terraforming the earth and constructing the dome and setting up this clock astrology / frequency system. Okay, we know that Enki was the lead scientist. So that's why I say on this clock, it started at the Pisces era or age.
Sis, throw a P in front of that repairing. He was preparing.
Preparing. Yep. He was preparing. Absolutely.
Preparing it for who?
For them.
For them.
That's what terraforming is.
That's what terraforming is. That is absolutely correct. Damn. That's it.
I think we have a CO2 problem. The opposite is true. They want more CO2 in the air. When they're saying we have a sun issue, they take away the sun, saying we have a sun issue. So yeah, they're really terraforming.
Yeah, it's a form of terraforming. Absolutely. Okay, so where we are now on this clock, we have just come out of the Pisces era or age, and we are in the water age, which is the age of Aquarius. Okay, so this is why you see a lot of people waking up out of religion and that Messiah phase. Jesus, although it may still be prevalent among a lot of people it's not. They're waking up out of it, and that's because that's old energy. We're moving into the Aquarian age, which is the water age, and we should know by water, it's a very powerful conductor of energy, i.e. frequency, which is why you as
And current.
and current, absolutely. Which is why you have the advantage to pick up the frequencies of what they're doing within this dome, and also a heavy advantage of creating what you want. Although you've always had that throughout each one of these ages, but you didn't know that information. Okay.
Right. And I actually wanted to say that too, what Amaruka said, air is actually Aquarius. And so, yeah, even though it says aqua in there, it's actually an air sign. So it's like, it's giving you like waters, but cosmic waters that come from the air. So that's why I also think people waking up more to the dome stuff too, because it's literally talking about that. And I also wanted to add in too, along with it being like a clock, you know how we have the periodic table of elements down here on Earth, the one above is this right here. Exactly. These are all just elements. Because the zodiac, even though it say it's like the zoo, you really have elements in here. You have the one human being, the two human beings that you have on there is Sagittarius, which is an archer. You have Virgo, which is the virgin woman. Then you have animals like a lion, a fish, goat, ram. Then you have one mythological animal, which is Capricorn, which is like a goat and a mermaid. And then you have one inanimate object, which is Libra, like the scales. So it's giving you a terraforming periodic table for the above as well.
Indeed. Indeed. Now, Vibe of Cosmos, the video we did last week, going over the reflection of the moon and how the cycles of the moon happens based on the electromagnetic coil at the bottom. He also said, and this could be in another video, may not have been that video, he was saying that it is refracted light shined up, or electromagnetic beams shined up, hitting up against that dome, that also reflects energy centers coming from Earth. That's also what we're seeing when we're looking up in the cosmos. Okay? But at the end of the day, no, he said it's a reflection of energy centers. Let me get it right. I don't want to lie upon that man. Reflections of energy centers in the Earth. Because I was saying that I believe that what they're calling stars and planets are actually what they're nothing but really frequencies, and they're using those as portals to come in and out of this realm. Okay?
Yeah. Because also taking it back to my show again, Stargate SG1, the portals that they use are called stargates. And the stargates, they have to key in these things called chevrons. And the chevrons basically just look like little hieroglyphs, little symbols, little signs. But the shape of it looks like this little, this little zodiac, this little
because all you gotta do is stand this zodiac up, and it looks exactly like the SG, the Stargate. Absolutely.
It does.
Absolutely. And that's not the first time that we've seen that particular Stargate in that series SG1. If you pay attention, you see that in a lot of those sci-fi movies. And somebody from the Mudflood community, they showed on a deserted island, and who was somewhere over, honey, in one of them stands, an island off of one of them stands, they showed about 4 or 5 of those SG1 Stargates.
Oh, yeah.
They literally showed it. And I'm like, people don't even know what they're looking at. Which one of the rumors about the fight over in Iraq was that they went over there to get Stargates.
They had some openings or something over there, right?
Yeah, but that was one of the rumors, that they went to pull one of these stargates from over there. Now, I don't know if that's true. I just wanted to remind people that when they talk about studying the particular astronomy, this is what they're talking about. And to be honest, I think this whole clock system comes from their solar system. I really do believe that. I think that when Enki came to quote, quote, repair, or as Brother Sean said, put a P in front of that, prepare this environment, i.e. terraforming for these beings to live upon, this is their technology, their system that they brought with them. Okay? Because you just don't come to a new place and stand something new up. You would have, you're either bringing something existing that you know that already worked and that you done it time and time again, it's been tested time and time again.
Right.
Either you've been using it for a long time and you brought it over, or you've been testing it in a test environment for a long time and then you brought it over and that you know that it's going to work. Okay?
You know, Mexico supposedly have portals there as well, especially like in Peru. They said there's gates there and portals. So a lot of these people, as a matter of fact, I saw the gate. They showed it on something, a video or something I was watching. So they say people went through there and didn't come back. You know, they try to close them up. But that's what CERN was trying to do as well, as open up portals.
Right.
So they can go wherever they're going.
Right. Right. So yeah, and it's just interesting putting all of this stuff together. And then when I was watching the first season of Under the Dome, and when they talked about how the dome, because they were like, well, is it gonna rain in here? That was the thing. They were like, is it gonna rain in here? So they had some of the teachers, scientists, testing the atmosphere. And they said, wait a minute. Yeah, it is going to rain in here because the atmosphere climate is, the dome is creating its own climate. And somebody said, oh, yeah, like a fish bowl. And I just kind of cracked up because I thought about Operation
Fishbowl.
Yep, Operation Fishbowl. I cracked up. I said, yeah, I caught that. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to show you all that to remind you of that. Let's get back.
Sinbad and his fishbowl. Remember Sinbad was in the fishbowl too? And the gods were looking at him.
The genie?
Oh, Sinbad.
Wasn't Sinbad a genie?
No, he was a Indian or something. Arab Indian something. And he had his own ship and his own crew. You know Sinbad, The Adventures of Sinbad years ago on TV?
No, I'm mixing dude up with that genie.
No, he went on adventures trying to get gold and stuff, and he had to fight cyclopses and the women sirens off the water and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I didn't.
He was just like a sailor. I remember the Seven Seas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never saw that.
And they showed a episode where he was in a fishbowl, and the gods were up there taking bets on what's going to happen to him, looking at him through the fishbowl.
I think Brother Sean might be on mute. He got his hand up.
Oh, okay. Let me go back. Yep, he sure do. Let me lower his hand and then unmute. Okay, there you go. I don't know why you keep getting muted.
Me either. But
okay.
that was also Jason and the Argonauts. That was something like Sinbad too.
Oh, okay. See, I haven't seen either one of them.
But I wonder if that's actually Jason and the Huguenots.
Right, it is.
See, I don't know these characters. Child.
I used to watch it because it was so.
Because all them sailors on the seas, Moors, pirates, right.
Interesting.
So we, according to them, we know who the rulers of the sea was during that time.
That's what the Moors say, right? Or am I lying upon them?
Yeah, and they claim everything. They say the original Vikings were Moors. Everybody was Moors. If you knew how to navigate on the water, you're a Moor.
Yep. That's what they say. Queen Ottawa says, remember Saddam Hussein said he was Nebuchadnezzar reincarnating and was rebuilding Babylon, and he had the Stargate. Child, I don't remember the man saying that.
He said it. I remember.
What?
Bush went after him.
Child, they just be clowning.
And that's exactly why they were trying to get the red heifer and all that kind of stuff to do, the rituals and stuff. They went after him. He was looking for artifacts from the Babylon back in the day, the ancient Babylon. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, because I do remember it being a rumor that they were going over there to get that Stargate.
They got it.
Child.
They got it from the museum. That was one of the first places they went when they got over there. They went to the museum, looted the museum.
And Nuwa said that there's a rumor that there's one in Afghanistan. But again, y'all, ain't them all them stands? Because even Iraq was called stands, somebody or the other too, honey. So all of that drama jumped off in them stands and in South Africa.
They went into Syria and tried to rip off their tempers and all kinds of stuff. They were doing all kinds of stuff over there.
Yeah, with all of this drama. Shit. I don't want to be associated with these raglass people. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But they say the St. Louis Ark is also a Stargate.
Yes, I've heard that too. Yes.
Well, they said that in Syria, they have that Mount Hermon, and that's where the fallen ones came down. And so they went over there to take down the temples and find whatever way they can get out, I guess, up here through Syria as well. That's why they did pick it on Syria, I think.
All right, so we was on Marduk studying. So Marduk, steeped in astronomy, was making his own predictions based on his astronomical observation, notably that of the precessional cycle and its minor cycles. Okay, so the precession cycle is going from one age to another. So going from the Pisces age to Aquarian age. The minor cycles are the cycles in between. Look at me doing this. In between one age. So for example, the Pisces age is somebody needs to divide over 12, 25,960. I think it's like 2,100 and some change. So there's many cycles between that 2,100 and something change. Okay. So hence why you always hear them in the Bible talking about some 2,000 years, something jumping off in 2,000 years. But in between that 2,000 years, there's many cycles. And in the mud flood communities defense, that's when resets can happen in between that, what are they calling it here? Minor cycles, but from going from one age to another age, the big cycle. And not only are we going from one age to another age, we are in the big cycle because we've completed one cycle around that astronomical clock. So that's what makes this procession of going from the Pisces age to the Aquarian age really, really special and really, really powerful. Okay, so let's see also.
You think about it, we were up under maritime law of the sea, the holy see this, see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now the talk is about the Galactic Federation, watch the skies, this, that, or the other, the sky people.
Yep.
Aquarius is air sign.
Yep, that makes sense.
They still controlling the narrative.
Absolutely.
For this change.
Absolutely. Which is why you need to, you don't need to. It's totally your choice whether or not you want to wake up out of all of the constructs. But I absolutely agree with you. Okay, so this was his main way to understand the unfolding of events. Those of you that know what the procession of the equinox is about, you also know who they're calling the elite or the secret societies. They don't use the Gregorian calendar. They use the astronomical clock, the procession of the equinox. When they're running their scripts and their rituals, it's based on that procession of the equinox clock. Okay? That's what it's based on. All of them that are in those higher level secret societies, because they say that, I saw some quote years ago saying that's what billionaires use and trillionaires use. They use the energy of and follow the astronomical clock, the procession of the equinox clock.
The farmer's almanac is what we should really be following, in a sense, because it's more aligned with the equinox than the movement of the energies of the world than anything else. The farmer's almanac.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
And I was going to say a little breakdown to give people a better understanding is your seasons is like your mini cycles. So our cycle of winter, our cycle of summer, our cycle of spring. And then the bigger equinox would be the year itself as it changing from one year to the next. Then your bigger change would be like your century, like for the 10 years gone by, and now that change is there kind of way.
Perfect. Absolutely. Perfect analogy. Perfect analogy. But remember, you can't follow that cycle, because if you're following that based on the Gregorian calendar, you're going to be all mixed up. That's why they're even calling the months out of sync to throw you off. Okay?
And that's why we have a leap year, because their math is wrong.
Exactly. That's exactly why it's a leap year. And the month of September, for example, what is Sep? What number does Sep really represent?
7.
Exactly. But they tell us we're in the what? Exactly. What does Deci represent?
10.
But they tell us that's what month?
Well.
Exactly. All right. So, however, he didn't refrain from seeking counsel of seer. In a poem, he recounts how he sought an oracle in the Hittites region, in Turkey, and was told to wait 24 years before invading Sumer and claiming his supremacy. And he abided by the oracle and was indeed able to make a comeback. Okay? So again, they're just showing you that none of these beings had no special power. They used technology, and specifically in conjunction with that technology, they used the natural Earth's frequency to make decisions and make things happen. All right. Okay, so I put down here, so Stitchin, quoting the ancient Hittite text, the two men, Teshub and his attendant, decided to go on to Ea in the Abzu to seek there an old oracle according to the old tablets with the words of fate. Okay, and she's quoting out of one of Stitchin's book, Wars. That is how we learned that Enki/Ea was endowed with the gift of forecasting via the use of an ancient book of oracles. So y'all swinging for your sky daddy Enki? Let me sip this water.
You know,
He stole the book from a council of women.
Well, yeah, because we were here 2 million plus years before then, so over 2 million years when they came. So they had to have stolen those books they're talking about from our people.
Well, and think about it. If you're coming to a living organism, which Earth is,
yeah,
and you have indigenous beings that are also living organisms to this Earth, that means it already had its own ecosystem. It already had its own set of natural technology. So if you're going to colonize somewhere, you have to learn the science of that place, right?
yeah.
Just saying.
So they're passing on the sciences from our people as theirs. They done stole it all.
More so, they're hiding our sciences from us.
I would agree. And I would take it a step further to say that what they did was took our sciences and they tweaked it and built their terraforming technology.
Yeah.
Hey, sis,
Mm-hmm.
what if we didn't have science or books? If we weren't cutting down trees to...
No, we weren't cutting down trees.
And if everything is in our DNA, water holds memory. All the trees hold memories. They're the record keepers. We accessed all our information and everything directly from Mama and processed it from within.
Exactly.
They're the ones that came here and started naming stuff and writing shit down and writing books and keeping records to pass down to their people.
Agreed.
Because if you remember correctly, it was a time when they didn't want us to read. They didn't want us reading any of their books because the books told everything that they were doing.
Exactly.
It doesn't necessarily tell us about what we were doing, because the only history that they give us all involves colonization.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always been written by them to pass down the narrative. And writing only came about with what, the cuneiform and all that type of stuff. So
yeah, that's the Sumerians. That's their stuff.
Exactly, and we were around billions of years before that. So, I mean, I think the sciences and everything is theirs except what we call magic.
And I'm
We,
saying, I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't want to cut your train of thought.
as creators, what did we need science for when we could manifest anything with a thought? Numbers, numb.
And we were manipulating matter with vibration.
Exactly. That's the science. What we're calling magic is really the science, and they took that magic and
Try to
added to it.
explain it.
Yeah, they added to it what they needed to colonize, because at the end of the day, they overthrew the frequency, right? We can throw all that other throw all the spookism shit out the door. Forget we even just said magic. Throw that shit out the door. At the end of the day, they changed the frequency, the vibration, the natural vibration of the planet in order to colonize so they can inhabit it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I believe that the first step of that was to cut down those ancient trees, excavate the roots, not all of them, which had the crystals, flood it with water, put that dome on top of it.
There's one more. To put women in a state of negative viewpoint, to make her the problem. Because you just said that he stole the book from the oracle. We know oracles to be women of ancient wisdom. We also know that they have a council of women. So in their new terraform, the woman had to be viewed as the problem.
Absolutely.
This is why, I think in Muslim, in the Arab countries, women are not allowed to be seen. They're considered just an ornament in their world, even though they profess to be praying or to be closest to God or praying towards that God. So if that's how he treats women, it shows that they don't want to show you the respect that they had for women when they first came here, or they had to have when they first came.
Right, when that they had to have was the operative. Absolutely.
And what they still have as far as for the women in their dimension.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they really weren't running shit, which I find hilarious. I find it hilarious that people are praying to male deities that don't even have the power. They answer back to a woman empire.
And they do adore the indigenous woman. They worship her in private.
True.
They have all types of rituals and ceremonies in her honor.
The Black Madonna.
True that.
They want to bring life in through you. They want to study every aspect of you. They want to become you.
Still swinging on our tits.
But they changed their religion to men.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was mainly for men.
Yeah.
And that's when they felt they had conquered the woman's perspective. Because even King James, he went, didn't he lost his wife on a voyage and then went and killed all the females or the witches, that he deemed them to be witches for the same reason.
He said they was responsible. And I'm not going to say that they wasn't. I'm not
but that was for men to make them docile, to make them turn the other cheek, to accept being subservient.
And to basically stand down if we really want to keep it real.
Right, because Jesus is going to take care of everything. You don't have you don't have to worry about nothing. Love your enemies. Just love. It don't matter what happened to you. I got you in the end.
Exactly.
Kill your firstborn. I got you. Don't worry.
Right.
Exactly. All that stuff.
Number Zone says a woman is the reflection of Mother Earth. Absolutely. Just like the moon is a reflection of Mother Earth. Absolutely. And Willie Woodard says doctrine. Agreed. That's
Catholic
exactly
Church.
what it is. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Also, the Catholic Church. That's how they establish their thing. It's all men. And
Right, but who does Pope bow down to behind them closed doors?
a black Madonna.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to say.
So let me see. So
who was the scientist who created
Adam,
Eve, Adapta, and TT?
Ninurta.
Exactly, a woman, right?
Yeah. So what they did in the New Testament is they gave this dude by the name Paul out there. And Paul established the dominance over women in the New Testament.
How's that? Come on now. Bring it to me now.
Because
his funk ass, but go ahead, sis. Break it down for us.
He says, I think it's in Corinthians, that a woman is supposed to be submissive to her husband and to a man. And a woman is not supposed to speak in the church. And a woman is not supposed to.
Oh, that's right. And them women should have bust him upside his motherfucking head right then. They should have ran his bitch ass right out of town. So shame on them for sitting there, mammying, and letting him come up with that bullshit. They should have kicked his ass right then.
Well,
you say God said it.
I don't give a fuck who said it. I'm still fucking you up. You go back and tell him that I fucked you up.
I believe that Paul is not Paul, but a pope by the name of John, or Paul the third or fourth or whatever. And he's the one who also wrote the rule of 1066, the damn verses, because their language is the same. So I don't even think, well, Paul wasn't even around when Jesus or Jesus was even alive. So, but he became an apostle, and how did he do that? He appointed himself in that position, just like a pope always appointed himself, to do whatever. So I believe that those books are fake beyond all measure, because I believe it came out of the Catholic Church, and they wrote all that crud because it has the same flair of servitude for the female and enslavement for the slave. Be responsible to your master. You do your master's bidding. You bow down to your master. So whatever your master wants you to do, it's colonization, period, in the New Testament.
It is. It's colonization. And America brings up a good point. He says that is the first Madonna, Aset, Isis. She is Egyptian. Absolutely. And when I did the podcast on the Goddess series, I went over that, showing you the differences between the indigenous goddess to the land versus the Anunnaki goddesses. But absolutely, there is a distinct difference. Absolutely.
Yes. So New Testament, which is a lot of melanin.
And Egypt is not in the Americas. I don't care, America. You could come here every week. You could get in my comment 175 times. I have asked you all to prove it. And to prove it, you have to bring me something earlier than the Sumerian text. Prove it. By you saying it, it's not proving it. Well, bring me something earlier than the Sumerian text.
They tore them up. They burnt them. So
they burnt what?
All the text that was in the Americas before the Sumerians. When the conquistadors came over, they tore up and burned up all the library stuff.
Okay, so
how come they were able to preserve it on the walls in Egypt, but the same people didn't preserve it on the walls in America's pyramids?
I'm just done with people talking about something happened over here. Prove it.
I don't know about those, but I know they burned. What's his name? And when rocks cry out, he said they came in there burning and tearing down things, literature.
That's what any conquerors do.
Yeah, that's what they did.
I'm saying bring something to prove it. And it has to predate the Sumerian text. Y'all do know that the text was written on tablets. You do realize that, right?
I'm sure they already destroyed what was proof.
I'm not talking about some sure. I am saying prove it.
I'm saying in those times they were writing stuff on stone.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I just said. The Sumerian texts are on tablets.
So if they were burning papers, that means it was a generation after.
It's not older than what was written in stone. Prove it.
Hey, sis.
Yes.
What if all that stuff we think was written in stone was done on wood and it petrified?
It could have been. It could have been.
Was they proven that all
I
that
don't
stuff
care if it was in the book When Rocks Cry Out, when
Right.
Mountains Cry Out. I don't care about any of that. Prove it. Bring me something that predates these Sumerian texts. Does When Rocks Cry Out predate the Sumerian text?
One source. We need a corroborating source. Another source to prove it.
Prove it. And that's no slight against Brother Horace Butler's work. I like his work.
If everything we need is within, at what point would we have started writing down our stuff for somebody to be able to stumble across? I just don't think that's the way we got down.
I don't think it was either.
And don't we say that most of our knowledge is passed down through word of mouth?
Yeah.
So where's the paper?
They also had those crystal skulls in South America.
There was no paper if it's an oral tradition, and you had to know the stories well and be of a certain age to even be able to recite it to the tribe.
Exactly. And you had to be of a certain maturity from a frequency standpoint to even get the knowledge.
Right, to pass it.
Yeah, to even pass it down. Absolutely, Number Zone. Truth comes with proof. Not doctrine. Prove it.
The only thing I got on that is the obelisk in Washington, D.C. How did I get there? That's the only thing I got.
What do you mean, how did it get there? It was built.
Right. What technology, not saying Egypt was there, but I want to know what was the technology used to bring that into America, because that seems to be a very significant monument in itself.
I think they shipped it in, if I can recall, on a ship.
So are y'all saying it came from somewhere else?
Yeah.
The obelisk?
Yeah.
I believe so. We're not building those today. That's all I could say.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like a lot of structures in the Americas.
Right.
That doesn't mean that they came from somewhere else.
But it's a structure to ISIS and stuff.
Exactly. It's the same people. But all I'm saying is prove that all of the stuff that the Anunnaki, all of that stand stuff happened over here. Prove it.
I don't believe it happened over here. I don't believe it happened over here.
Yes, America is the oldest continent. We explained to you how it's the oldest continent. Because in you all's mind, Egypt is still associated with the oldest continent.
Right.
Remember on the maps in 1953, they didn't even have pyramids in Egypt. Remember that?
Yeah, I know that. They've already proven that the Giza ones are not as old as what they are saying. I even accept all of that. I even accept that there are pyramids over here older than what's over in definitely what they're calling Egypt today. But I'm saying it once again, Bring me something that predates these tablets.
They ain't made it yet.
What great pyramid? What great pyramid are you talking about? Because if you're talking about Giza, I done already talked about that. We know what they're calling Egypt is not really what they're talking about. So I'm still waiting on that proof. Just go on and say the Anunnaki and them are your people and let that be that. Because all y'all trying to do is bring that Egyptian bloodline over here. If that's your people, let that be your people. Okay.
That whole bloodline is not indigenous to this planet.
But no, honey, remember everything happened over here in the Americas. Yes, it is. What you talking about?
Even if it did happen over here, according to their own accounts, that's Inky and them kids. That ain't the indigenous people.
That's why I don't understand the mixed doctrine. You can't have it both ways. That's why I'm saying if Inky them your sky daddy, let them be your sky daddy. But you can't have it both ways. You just can't. Now, I'm not telling them about Pangea, none of that. It don't matter. They need to come with the proof. Prove what they are saying. Prove it. I don't care what Horus said. Again, that's no slight against him. Bring me something that predates them Sumerian text. Otherwise, go on and swing for your daddy Inky.
What's the etymology of the name Egypt? I'm just wondering. Is that too a Latin word? I mean, we click to use these names and put them places, but 9 times out of 10, they be names that aren't even indigenous to the planet.
But let them tell it. Everything happened over here. They can map out Jerusalem, all of that, this, that, and the third. Okay.
Who created that design of the map? Who put all them lines and everything down and said what was what?
According to them, that's the way it's always been.
But
that map predates the text, the stone.
Didn't
so
they
all
say
of
that
the
all
artifacts
the maps was
that
fake?
they're finding over in the stands, don't none of that shit matter.
Mm-mm.
None of that matters.
And all the wars taking place over there to get the shit over there.
No, that don't matter either. Because such and so's map said this, and thus and such book said that. None of that matters.
You know what else is?
Mm-hmm.
I mean to be going back in the conversation, but I don't think CERN had to do with them trying to get away. They showed us that in the Justice League movie. They was trying to open up a portal so that them other beings could get here quicker. They was trying to invite more motherfuckers here for this upcoming war. They knew that their asses was done for. They was trying to get more motherfucking help.
That makes sense.
And the reason they talking that 1,000-year peace shit is because it's gonna take them motherfuckers 1,000 years to get here the long route.
That makes sense.
So they know that they can't keep fighting this, that, or the other. So, hey, let's be friends. Why can't everybody get along? Shit. Let's enter a new deal.
Right.
Everybody be chill. Then when they back up get here, that's your ass.
Right. Or so they think.
Right.
Right. So, child, all of these doctrines running around, it be getting on my motherfucking nerves. It really do. Okay, because, and the reason that it gets on my nerves, because you still have folks mixing bloodlines. You still have folks mixing bloodlines, no matter how many receipts we bring to tell you it's different bloodlines. They still want to mix the shit. Go on and be with your people. Shit, how many times we have to say that? If you Hebrew, go on and be with your motherfucking people. Every person that's melanated is not Hebrew or Egyptian. That's no different than you saying that everybody is African. So just like the Africans have to prove it, you Hebrews have to prove it too. Prove it!
Well, why don't they just say Kemet? Because, ain't that what the community said, that Egypt was originally Kemet?
It's just a doctrine for me. It's just prove it. That's all I'm saying. Prove it. I don't care who said what, and you can bring anybody up that I so happen to like and respect, because I'm mature enough to like and respect them. That don't mean I have to agree with them.
I would say Kemet would be post-flood or pre-flood, and Egypt is now a post-flood, if you're going to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
And we know the flood only happened there. So
according to the Sumerian text, it only happened there.
Still happening over there.
Okay. All righty. So, oh boy, with the little cycles, understanding the unfoldings of what was going on, and then we got into stitching, talking about this is how we learned that Enki was endowed with the gift of forecasting via the use of ancient books of oracles engraved on a tablet that may have been made of precious stone. Again, bring me something. God damn it, produce some stone. Don't be telling me about no book or something burnt up. Bitch, prove it. And that's not referring to you, America. I'm saying in general, in that community that keeps bringing up that fucking doctrine. Because all they're trying to do is tie the indigenous people back to being Hebrew. At the end of the day, that's what you're doing. And if you tie the indigenous people to Hebrew, you're tying the indigenous people also to the stands. And if you're tying the indigenous people to the stands, you're tying the indigenous people to the Adam and Eve bloodline. You cannot have it both ways.
Unless you're a hybrid.
Prove it.
And why are they so concerned about trying to tell us where we from? If it's not you are fucking Hebrew. If you're not that, then you are Moor. If you're not that, then you are African slave. It's like, be concerned about your own bloodline and what y'all got going on.
Because they don't want to be concerned about that, because obviously they need the indigenous people to still be asleep. That's the only thing that I can think of.
Yeah, they got it. They're steering our energy in their direction. We can't be
That's the only thing I could possibly think of.
Yeah, because just pumping out different programs. It's like, one I'm going to catch, one I'm going to stick on these motherfuckers.
And I keep telling you, I don't give a fuck what you say. You cannot tell me what my bloodline is. And if you feel that strong about it, that is your bloodline, and that's okay. Be happy. Rep your bloodline. And I only see this happening with melanated people, and it's sickening. I'm over it.
I'll say an analogy like this. If our bloodline was hip hop, the original bloodline would be old school hip hop. Somehow they've infiltrated, corrupted the bloodline, and now you have today's little ex-Nas hip hop. And that's where you're like saying, no, we're not. You can't be either or. You're either old school, where it was originally on a certain vibration, or you're about that culture. It's not the same bloodline. You may call it hip hop, but it's not the same music.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you want to put it in that terms, absolutely. Absolutely. But again, in the quote, quote, Aboriginal community, they still want to mix Hebrew and Indigenous American. Only way that can be so is that if your particular individual bloodline through marriage that happened, but you cannot make that blanket statement. You just can't. You can't do it. You're no different than folks that's saying you're from Africa.
Pan-African.
You're right. You're no different than the Pan-Africans. Just like we tell them to prove it, you motherfucker prove I'm from Africa. You got to prove what you're saying. Okay. So, he's saying from the oracles engraved on a tablet that may have been made of precious stone. The Book of Oracles of Enki, a divinity system, using a text, here we go again, may resemble the One Qing in China. I guess China happened over here too, right? I'm blinking.
That's why he's saying May so many times.
Huh?
Asiatic
He
black
keeps
man.
saying May.
Yeah.
It may be this. It may have been that. It may have been. He don't know shit.
Right. Now this is stitching.
He don't know shit.
Stitching shit. May resemble the One Qing in China, a system using a set of 46 hexagram, each composed of 6 full or broken lines. Okay, so in other words, the Chinese writing. And I'll show y'all the picture in a second. The legend stipulates that the system of hexagrams was so ancient that it had preceded written language and had at first been engraved on a tortoise shell. Its invention is attributed to King Wei. Many sages have meditated and used the One Qing, among them Confucius and Lao. Child, let me show y'all. So he's showing a picture of Lao. Get my nail file up out of here. That's my bookmark.
Is it the pale version or the melanated version?
Well, it's in she don't have it in color. So that's old boy just sitting on the ground. But if you see the little writing, that's what we know today is what Chinese or Japanese, but in this particular case, Chinese writing is what he's describing.
But didn't he say that was Enki's Book of Oracles that was stolen?
Yeah, he said the Book of Oracles of Enki.
So that ain't got nothing to do with the indigenous woman oracle.
No.
That was Enki's book.
Right. And so he said,
Okay. He got it from oracles, though. That's one thing. He did take it from oracles. I said that before.
Yeah, he wrote it down. We don't know who he took it from. Now, that's interesting because it definitely resonates with Enki's tablets of fate So Inky had a tablet of fate. So folks that's swinging for Inky as their sky daddy, you mean he had a book to tell him what to do? Or based on fate?
Orders.
He couldn't feel
Remember?
that shit himself?
Had to follow the people that was here first.
And they got all their power and instructions and everything from their council of mothers or whoever that was. They had to go before the Divine Feminine Council.
Absolutely.
That's who helped them pull everything off.
Absolutely.
So those are probably the oracles he got stuff from.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because it would take the Divine Feminine to take down the Divine Feminine.
And I came to that realization. I'm like, yeah, this was first a woman-on-woman war. Agreed. And so women from this realm, somebody flipped. That's just my take. Somebody flipped. Queen Ottawa says, I Ching Oracle Fortune Telling System. Ah, that makes sense. Interesting. Okay, then it goes, where am I at? Dang. Through the ages, the I Ching became identified as a large book of oracles when sages and philosophers such as Confucius himself wrote commentaries. In fact, the I Ching lays the foundation of a sort of holographic science. It states and explains the principles of harmonic resonance between human consciousness, social events, and natural systems. So all of that stuff that they call magic and spookism, like I told y'all, that's the true science. We also have the mention of ME, either a magical outfit or jewel, or a techno-magical chip driving machines.
Yes, that techno-magical chip.
Called the oracles of the gods, as one of the MEs that Nergal stole when in Babylon before the deluge. He defiled and destroyed the Esagil temple of his enemy brother Marduk.
This sounded to me like motherfucking these those magic techno magical chips or whatever they call it. It sound like them things that Thanos was collecting, like crystals.
Yeah,
like sound like crystals.
Yep, I would agree with you. I would totally agree with you. The Anunnaki consult oracle priests and seers in order to get forecast of their future. That is, to understand what is in store for them and what they have to do to succeed, but not in the sense of trying to guess the will and desire of their God in order to abide by them. Rather, they try to guess their individual fate according to cosmic cycles or the words of fate, meaning a divination procedure. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, sis.
Sounds like folks. You know, when the moon is in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars and what's going on.
Right, or in other words, the cosmic clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Where was I at? Okay. Their purpose through these practices is to intuition, how they can act on the right moment when the maximum power and thus succeed in reaching their own aims. The maximum power, or i.e. the maximum energy, i.e. the maximum frequency. As for the will of the creator of all, as we said, it seems to be mostly inferred from events that did not support their own aims and that set a course different from one that they had chosen. Okay? Right? So again, she's going over whether or not the Anunnaki had a religion. Right? She's going pretty in depth. Okay, so belief in chance. The Anunnaki don't seem to have a priesthood able to communicate with personalized and autonomous higher forces, a higher god or gods, and are able to receive counsels and or commands for him/her or /them. In fact, the records tell us that even the king of heaven, Anu, when utterly confused and undecided as to what to do, resorted to drawing lots, even for the most crucial matters, such as who is going to reign on Nibiru and who will rule the earth. So you mean to tell me that Sky Daddy Anu did not know automatically who was the best fit to rule Nibiru and to rule Earth?
Weren't they out of favor when they first got here with the creator of all? Because they talked about the creator of all in Sitchin's book as well. And they had
that's why a lot of people say Sitchin was full of shit to some extent.
Well, they fell out of favor because they got the Ijiji escaped. Remember that?
Who was the creator of all, according in Sitchin's book?
I don't think he mentioned who it was. He didn't say.
So who did Anu? Well, in Stitch's book, Stitchin didn't say that Anu and them reported up to women either, did he?
No.
Exactly. So end of story. You could scratch all that bullshit out, because actually Stitchin, that's why you have to use other sources. Again, this is why you have to use multiple sources. Again, this is why you have to use multiple sources, and why a lot of people say Stitchin was on some bullshit. Because Stitchin co-signed the systems that are in place. So meaning the system of religion and the system of patriarch and the system of colonization. So the argument of creator of all is mute if the text, the older text where he said he was translating from, said that these men reported up to a council of women.
Yeah.
Right. So that strikes his argument right there. Okay. All right. Let me see. Damn it.
So was this planet then their opportunity to operate outside of the Council of Women then, in a sense?
They still didn't operate outside the Council of Women. Oh. This just was their opportunity to rule. They still did not operate outside the Council of Women, because just like we see with colonization, when they go colonize an area, don't they still have to send money or resources back to the crown? And they have to do that forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And the crown don't give a damn how they rule, long as they money ain't messed with.
That would be like then Christopher Columbus and his brother. The queen didn't care at the time how he was ruling. She just cared that she got her ends. Only when she found out.
It's the same script.
Gotcha.
So that's why this was their opportunity to rule. This was their opportunity to truly rule as a patriarch system, because they did not have that opportunity back in their own homeland. And originally, when they came here, that's why you see women, the women scientists, and you also see the first goddess worship were women. It was women before they started setting up their descendants as the patriarch. So yeah, this was an opportunity for them to rule. Okay. All right. So doggone it. Where did the individual fate? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we said it had based on events. Okay, who would rule Earth? Okay, so basically Anu had to draw straws. Might as well say that. They saying draw lots on who was going to rule Nibiru and who was going to rule Earth. Okay, because remember, Anu got his power from the Council of Women. Thus, when he came to Earth on his first visit and a competition arose between his two sons for the command of Earth, he didn't pray to the gods for divine counsel or to get into meditation or start a vision quest or even query an oracle. Or like in Leo later, chose to solve the matter through a family discussion. He drew lots and astoundingly put his role as king of Nibiru to the test as well. The results of this drawing of lots consolidated the existing roles of Anu as king of Nibiru and that of Enki as chief scientist managing the gold mining. Where the gold mining took place? Africa. But gave the command of Earth to Enlil. As a result, after Enki's kinship, the colonization of Earth under Enlil spread in the two regions, Mesopotamia and Africa. King of Command will build his own city and temple abode at Nippur in what will become the land of Sumer, Mesopotamia. Whereas Enki, Lord of Earth and chief scientist, is giving the region of Africa the Abzu and will reside in the developed 3 provinces. First in South Africa, where the gold mines are. Then East Africa, the actual Zimbabwe or Rift Valley, where Nimma has her bioengineering laboratory and where the genetic engineering of humanity will happen. And finally, in Egypt, where as Ptah, he will start the Egyptian civilization.
Here to start.
The fight of the two clans, Enlilites against the Enkyites, will lead to a permanent bitter conflict and 2 pyramid wars before the last destructing act in the Sinai.
Wait, before you go further, you just proved to the people who are talking about Egypt where it started from, because he just said that's when it started.
And y'all, if y'all weren't watching YouTube, I was cutting my eyes up at the camera.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
The start of Egypt.
All accounts said it happened over there. Okay. If we take this custom of drawing lots at face value, excluding the possibility of trickery by Anu, then we have to infer that the Anunnaki believed that chance was the direct expression of the creator of all and or of the destinies. This is indeed a strange claim for a people who had such a great mastery of science and technology. That's a good point. And it appears quite extraordinary to us that the lots would indeed end up giving a sound solution for the three foremost Anunnaki of the royal family. However, given the less than rare use of trickery between them, we can't totally rule out such foul play on the part of Anu. EA's oracle system, which remember that's Enki, though based on an ancient book that he most probably had written himself, is of course much more sophisticated than drawing lots here with only 3 forced choices. Well, I mean, Enki or EA was a scientist. So, you know, and if he was the one involved in terraforming the earth, I could see him writing his little scientific book. I could see that now, and you know, I could see it being a lot more sophisticated than his dad. So obviously, Enki spent a little more time in school learning some science. Okay, so visions and precognitive dreams. Another very mysterious spiritual occurrences among the Anunnaki is precognitive visions unveiling some future events, whether or not through a dream. Enlil is thus said to have had a precognitive dream warning him of the impending disaster that was going to befall Sumer, the radioactive cloud. Okay, so again, this is not spookism. This is some sort of technology. Could it be the reason why he had left Sumer and his beloved abode temple at Nippur, the Akur, long before those events, and why he came back just for a short loving time with his wife, whom he remembered to take with him when he left again, thanks to his high priest? So he basically hauled ass, is what they saying. And Leo hauled ass before this radioactive cloud hit.
Somebody else had to remind him of his wife.
What did he say? Yeah.
That's crazy.
I would have bust that MF upside the head. Cause I'm sure he didn't tell her. Can you imagine? Your old man then left. Okay, baby, I'm going back home. Okay, you do your thing, boo. He gone for a couple of months, you know. Then he come back. Okay, pack up all this shit. We gotta go. What you mean? No, come on now. No, leave that shit there. Just stop worrying about the material things. Bring your ass on. You gets on the ship. Y'all gone back to the crib. And then next thing you know, you hear people, girl, you back? Did you hear what happened on Earth? You know that little area where your man was ruling? Girl, that shit got leveled.
She probably was there and got leveled with it.
You'd be like, wait a minute, girl, say that again. Girl, yeah. You didn't hear what had happened on Earth? You know that area where your man was ruling? Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember it. What about it now? Girl, yeah, shit, that stuff was straight just wiped out. Girl, when did that happen? Girl, that happened a couple of days ago before y'all got back. I would go in there and beat the fuck out of him with some object. What the fuck, you didn't take me the first time? Shit. All right. So he decided to go back to get his old lady. Let's also mention the precognitive nightmare that Demunzi had after he A'd his young sister. The events thereafter dramatically unfolding as he had seen them. So for people that wanna, damn it, I dropped that pen. For people that wanna swing for they sky daddy, I ain't seen them do nothing of anything honorable. So now we talking straight violence against a family member. But y'all keep swinging for your sky daddies. All right, y'all. This was going to trip y'all out. I was like, what? But I want to see if y'all remember who this name is. Gen Xers and baby boomers. I'm going to see if y'all remember this. Another such precognitive vision implicated a mysterious entity who named himself Galzu and was considered afterwards a divine intervention or emissary. Galzu, who is hardly ever mentioned otherwise, is said to have appeared in a vision to Enki to advise him to save a family of earthlings, that of Zuzandra/Noah, from the coming deluge. Enki thought he had a dream in which Galzu was talking to him, and at the end gave him a tablet on which he was engraved the plans of submersible with great details about materials, proportions, shapes, etc. that Zuzandra/Noah was to construct in order to survive the deluge. But after the dream vision stopped, Enki realized that the tablet was in his room. All right, Gen Xers. Who y'all remember as that name, Galzu?
Gabriel.
Sorry, go ahead, sis.
Gabriel.
Who?
Gabriel, the archangel. That's
nope.
What?
I mean, you could say that, but I'm talking the name, specifically the name Galzu. They brought that name in popular culture.
Oh, I don't know in popular culture. I'm listening to it. I'm not popular culture.
Y'all don't remember? Oh boy, Galzu from the Flintstones.
The Flintstones, really?
Yep. I thought I had oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna bring them up. I thought I had saved them. When I saw that, y'all, I was like, get the F up out of here. Y'all better stop playing with me today. All right, hold on, fam.
Oh, that little green thing?
Yeah. I was like, hell to the no. How,
Bruh Sean on,
was it Kalamazoo?
No.
Okay.
I'm fencing to bring it up right now. Hold on a second.
But okay. Brother Sean on mute again.
Damn it. All right, Brother Sean, wait a minute. Soon after I finish this, y'all remember Galzu? His name,
wasn't it Kazoo?
No, I'm showing it right here on the screen. Galzu.
Where's it? I haven't done it.
It's the Great Galzu, or simply Galzu is a fictional character from the animated series The Flintstones. He first appeared on the show in 1965. The Great Galzu is a tiny green floating alien who was exiled to Earth from his home planet of Zetox, sometimes called Ziltox, by Gazam the Mighty as a punishment for having invented a what? Doomsday machine. Now, what did Galzu came to do in the Sumerian text to warn of a catastrophe? And what did Enlil hauled ass with his old lady before that radioactive cloud hit? I was like, hell no, they didn't put this shit up in the cartoons. A weapon of immense destructive power. His invention was a button which, if pressed, would destroy the universe in an explosive zam. Though he insists he made it on a whim. I wanted to be the first on my block to have one with no intent of using it. Gazoo was discovered by Fred and Barney when his flying saucer crashed. Gazoo recognizes Fred and Barney's world child as a prehistoric Earth. Implying Zetox banished him through time as well as space due to the terms of his exile. He was required to do good deeds for whoever found him first, putting him reluctantly under Fred and Barney's command. Gazoo refers to Fred, and Barney as dum-dums, and constantly causes problems for them. He can materialize objects, teleport, freeze time, travel through time, de-age anyone, and perform other remarkable feats. But when he attempts to help out Fred and Barney, he usually ends up causing even more trouble. The only people who are able to see Gazoo and Fred are Fred, Barney, and the children. Animals also can see him. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, I was just this figure here, the green thing. T. Christopher said, and I was thinking too, wasn't that the Jetsons? They got it written wrong here.
We'll look up the Jetsons alien. I remember Gazoo on the Flintstones. I remember his shit starting ass.
You know what? I think he was one of them characters that went between, like, because I have memories of that too. I think he was on both of them shows. Or like he did like what he was like one of them animations that was like a crossover. He was like in the Jetsons, and because he was like could go to the future and to prehistoric time. He could time travel.
That's crazy.
I'm trying to see if they see it.
Or maybe that was another one.
Okay, let me see whatever.
That on the Jetsons.
So why don't somebody Google what's the alien from the Jetsons? Cause I straight remember dude from let me come up off of here. I straight remember him from the Flintstones. Okay. But the point of the matter is how much that they put in that character. Let me unmute Brother Sean.
Yeah, because they stay dipping from the little Anunnaki script for everything. You'd be like, oh, okay, this is from Anunnaki. Oh, the Bible. Okay, Star Wars. Okay, exactly. This random little anime. Okay, now this like, okay, do y'all just everything is from the Anunnaki script, huh?
Gazoo in the Jetsons.
I was doing it too.
I don't see him coming up.
I think we're thinking Jetson's a little boy with the green suit on, but I don't see an alien in the Jetsons either.
Alien cartoon.
We have the robot. But not
the... Yeah, that's Rosie.
Yeah, Rosie.
I think he did make appearances on the Jetsons, though.
Okay, he made a dropped in and chilled. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see blood. Yeah, he may have chilled in there, but I just don't see him.
Yeah, and they ain't mentioned it in his bio either.
No, they didn't.
That's what I was looking all through Blood's bio, and I don't see him in here. Okay, but the point of the matter that I was trying to bring up, it was that now y'all know where they get that cartoon character Gazoo in the Flintstones came out of the Sumerian Text. Okay, the same Galzu had appeared before the reduced council they held between Enki and Leo and a few major gods to decide what to do about the coming catastrophe. On this occasion, Galzu, uninvited and claiming to be Anu's envoy, gave them unchecked information that biased their judgment in favor of staying in orbit around Earth during the deluge, and this is what they decided to do. However, Anu later declared that he had not sent any envoy. So what was the unchecked information? That the Anunnaki going back to Nibiru after a long stay on Earth couldn't readapt, were falling sick, and finally died. That's interesting. But in the meantime, their decision was made and they stayed on Earth. But let's look globally at how major events turned out on Earth. For example, if all the royals had, like most of the minor Anunnaki, gone back to Nibiru, how would Enki and Nimma and maybe a couple of their sons be able to stay all along? Even if they had saved Sanzudra, which is Noah's family, and the seeds and the genomes of all living things, would they have had enough workforce to rebuild a culture? Let's keep in mind, though, that the lineage of Adam and Eve through Seth wasn't the only one. Cain's lineage developed a faraway region which Stitchin puts in Mesoamerica, where he would, with his clan, have survived the deluge. Did y'all catch that?
Yeah.
Those that saying that it all happened over here, do you catch the connection on how they came over here? I'll read that again. I'll read that again. So, trying to see where I want to pick it up. Even if they, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
When Dale said it was Gabriel, the archangel, remember what he
yeah, in the Bible, and that's probably in the biblical sense. Maybe that was his name. I'm just telling you what Blood's Anunnaki name was. Galzu. But that would make sense. Gabriel, Galzu.
Yeah, G-A-L.
Yeah, I'll give it that. I'm okay with that. Okay.
That's what he said. I know. That's kind of funny, though. You know, he looks like a Martian, right?
Yeah, Marvin the Martian, right? Green motherfucker starting shit. What's his face green? Osiris?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, right.
All right, I'm just saying. So let me read this paragraph again for you Egyptiologists. But in the meantime, their decision was made, and they stayed on Earth. But let's look globally at how major events turned out on Earth. For example, if all the royals had, like most of their minor Anunnaki, gone back to Nibiru, how would Enki and Nimma and maybe a couple of their sons be able to stay all along? Even if they had saved Zuzandra's family, that's Noah, and the seeds and genomes of all the living, would they have had enough workforce to rebuild a culture? Let's keep in mind, though, that the lineage of Adam and Eve through Seth was the only one. Cain's lineage developed a faraway region, which Stitchin puts in Mesoamerica, where he would, with his clan, have survived the deluge. All right. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
So they came over here
Mm-hmm.
and survived off the indigenous people because
This is the
there
land.
was already people here
Here, which would
when
make
they got here.
exactly, which would make sense how um artifacts and all of that jazz got over here also, because that was their culture.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be the land of Nod.
Oh, that's what they call it in the Bible.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but is the land of Nod Egypt?
No, they
Oh,
didn't say.
okay.
They didn't say. They never said where it was.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and
I have an architecture Bible. Let me see what it says. That's
What you
what I
say?
in that same thing, it mentioned about them in Nibiru, right? A lot of them that went back to Nibiru.
Yep. Sorry, I was shaking my head. Yep.
So all these people that's screaming about Nibiru and happy Nibiru that showed up, this, that, or the other. I mean, obviously, every time Nibiru show up,
It's some drama.
yeah,
Right.
some of
But some
them
people
leaving,
admit that though. Some people admit that.
but they're leaving here because they can't stay here forever or they'll die.
Exactly.
So
Terraforming.
at what point do they become these divine creators? I mean,
I don't
the
know.
the one true God is supposed to be infinite, right? He don't die. He don't
Right.
he don't have titles
Agreed.
and positions and get told what to do and got a certain amount
Exactly.
of time he in a position. Um, the one quote unquote true God, he didn't get here through a womb, did he? But Inky and Leo, they got here through wombs.
Right. Because they had
Suppose
a
it was
mama.
yeah. So I suppose it was the same way with their daddy. He got here through some womb,
Yep.
but people think that they're these mysterious sky
Mystical
daddies
beings.
who's always existed and will forever exist.
Exactly. And that's one thing I respect about this particular author, because she said in here, one of her quotes was that they were humans. She was referring to the Anunnaki. She referred to them as humans.
You know, in Sitchin's book, they were able to kill somebody. They were two people were able to die.
Yeah, girl, they was always slicing and stabbing each other in the back and sleeping with folks' wives and all of that. Ain't nothing but drama.
Yeah.
Was there nothing about higher consciousness or vibration with these folks? Nothing. It's just about colonization, killing and stealing, and wars.
Right. Right.
But they allegedly and supposedly from a higher dimension. So what is that saying about these dimensions?
Don't want to go
Child, let
there.
me tell you, I don't want to be bothered.
Don't want to go there.
Because according to the stuff that we've gone over, those fourth dimensional beings have been able to kill 11th dimensional beings, etc.
Exactly.
Uh,
Right. And hence why I call them cosmic colonizers. And so, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Nod in my architectural Bible says it's east of Eden. So if this is Eden, like we presume, then it's east of here would be the East, the Middle East again.
Say that again, sis, for the slow ones in the back.
It says
I'm like leaning into the microphone, and that ain't even where my sound coming from for you. But say that.
it says Nod is a wandering exile. The place is east of Eden, of Cain's abode. So he lived east of Eden. So since this is west of those Pakistani places, so it's over there still.
But I'm sorry, everything else is wrong. The Bible, the Quran, the Sumerian Text, all them other sources, they're wrong. But the map that somebody drew up in 1950 something with all of the places named over here in the Americas, that's what's accurate. Oh, okay then. All right. So, in fact, it seems. Oh, wait a minute. All right, I was trying to see something. Thought I was skipping over something else. Okay, but I wasn't. Okay. So, in fact, it seems events are always favoring one, the survival of the earthlings. Okay, and that's also the justification that people use to rah-rah for Inky. And two, the continuous stay of some Anunnaki on Earth to further to aim of a new earthborn civilization. It is as if there was an unknown but intelligent force at work, but that I myself refuse to personalize as a creator of all. Okay. All right. So it appeared to me that at the time the gods walked on Earth, this unknown but intelligent force who curbs global events, whoever it is, knew that the world of Nibiru was a dying one, and that the new thrust for intelligent human life, at least in this tiny sector of the galaxy, our solar system, was going to be the descendants of the Adamite lineage, mankind. And I wrote, in other words, to continue their bloodline. Again, to continue their bloodline. Incantations and magical formulas. At a last point on which we have real but scarce information concerning the Anunnaki themselves is the use of incantations, that is, of repeated mantras, divine sound, or magical formulas. One of the rare mentions of its use is when Nenma fashions Adamu and then the clones of Adamu and Tiamat. While engaging in the genetic engineering, she is first ushered into her role and the necessary state of consciousness by the supporting words of Enki, and then she herself used incantations. Enki also backs her with his own magical incantations. Okay, so
I like technology with incantations. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, they were basically, she said, divine sound.
Frequency.
Exactly.
Yeah, frequencies and tones.
Exactly.
Babanuchis.
Cymatics.
Exactly. And make note of, he had to use Nenma to be the creator because the life has to flow through a woman. We know that it has to flow through the portal of a woman in this realm. Now, I don't know about their realm. I'm assuming that's the same thing in their realm, since Inky and Leo had a mama and a daddy. So make note of that also. Okay. All right. So it says, and this is going to be the last little piece. We did good tonight. We got through a lot of stuff tonight. And I'm actually going to finally mark. Oh, shoot, y'all. My doggone pen. I dropped it. I'll mark it with this marker. Okay. Assessing God's capacity to envision the future development of humanity. It is evident that the usage of prayers and incantations in the Sumerian and Mesopotamian religions, including magical formulas, stems from the Anunnaki usage of the same. I mean that it stems from, but is not reducible to it. Indeed, we have to leave a large space for the creative and innovative capacities of the human psyche and its tendencies towards change and exploration. This, as far as both the earthling and the Anunnaki are concerned. We have to fathom that the earthling intellectual and spiritual capacities, even when steeped by their first Anunnaki teachers, such as Ninmah and Enki Marduk and Nagazinda, soon started to blossom and reach new levels, thus triggering a growth process in Anunnaki themselves, and that they certainly would not have reached alone, given that an immortal mind is less prone to radical and rapid changes and discoveries than the short-lived and therefore intense mental flames of the mortals we are. Let's mention that the Hindus believe that the immortal gods and the souls in between incarnations do not evolve as rapidly as humans. Okay, so in other words, just a real quick breakdown of what she's saying, the logic that she's using is because of the short lifespan of one cycle of a human life, that your spiritual growth is much, much quicker than that of the Anunnaki in them, because they have a longer lifespan. So that's basically what she's trying to say.
Yeah, quicker.
It says, did you say Nagazinda?
Let me make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Ningazida. Ningishzidda.
Okay. Niji.
Yeah. Okay. Therefore the human that the human incarnation is a great chance to make a leap in our consciousness and to attain the state of liberation in the course of one lifetime. So, how did she say you get liberation? Marking where we left off.
Sounds like your consciousness developing fast.
Through your consciousness.
Yeah.
So I don't care what we go through, it all leads back to consciousness.
Yeah, and frequency.
Exactly. Your consciousness putting out a frequency to create your reality.
Exactly. They live what, 3,600? What, 3,600 years is what? Or something? No, that's around when the planet comes around. It's 3,600 years. So their lifespan is way longer. So they can't. We develop faster because our lifespan is shorter. Interesting. So we the better people.
Which would make sense why, as the mud flood community says, they're doing these deluges or resets. Because can't have your consciousness raising to the point where you look and say, this is all bullshit. I'm not consenting to any of it. What the hell I need you for? I can create what I want.
So their morality may be pretty short too, because your consciousness, is It's based on how you live too. So their morality is pretty bad if they.
It's awful. I mean, can you imagine living a quote quote long time and you still a shit starter?
That's exactly what they are.
Ain't nothing worse than the old ass shit starter. You be like, you are too old for that behavior, sir and ma'am. You're too old for it.
True
But
is
if they
true.
parasites and that's all they know, if that's the way that they survive, I mean, we shouldn't expect them to change.
We have to be who we are. Which wouldn't
Ex-
that by default put you as a higher being?
Exactly.
If you know you don't have to go around starting shit on a regular basis, if you know this, if you know that there are no shortages that is created, if
Yeah.
you know you don't have to cause grief and strife and have someone serve up under you to you for you to be great, would that not make you at a higher consciousness level?
Yeah. We're the better beings. That's probably why they want to eat our bodies and drink our blood so that they can get like us.
They said this was the greatest prize in the universe.
And I
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah. It sounds like it is so.
I believe it.
And everybody wants it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe it. So, all right, family, we're not going to go anymore. We're going to wrap it up. We'll pick back up next week.
I'd like
So
to
we'll,
make a,
huh?
I'd like to make a addendum. You remember I said that chick, that Petito, that stuff with that murdered chick was a distraction? Guess
Oh,
what?
yeah. The skinny white lady.
Yeah, I thought I recognized her because there was an article, a couple articles above her where there was an actress there. She was leaning out of the window. She looked dead on her. So QAnon on the AT&T, currently AT&T, says she was an actress to distract from Biden. So she is an actress, being part of the cover-up of the Biden administration.
Child, I just can't with people and their foolishness. I'm over it.
I
That's
know.
why I looked at that stuff for what it is. It's nothing but theater.
Nothing but
Because again, as folks are getting caught up all in that, instead of using their true power, which is within.
discernment. You gotta understand what it is going on down here. So
Okay.
that's how we can understand what they're doing in this world because their consciousness is not in par with ours.
And what does that say about those that continue to follow someone with such a psyche that all they know in order to stay in control is slavery, colonization, killing folk? What does that say about those people?
They better check their moral compass because that's pretty bad.
What does it say about people that you need a book to tell you to not mistreat people? What does that say about you?
It's still
What
in.
does it say about you that you need a system, you need laws to tell you how to treat people, not to take people's property, to take care of your children, how to treat your wife, and vice versa?
It's really sad.
What does that say about you?
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
So again, if you cannot govern and control self, you can't control, run, a successful family and household. If you cannot run a successful family and household, you cannot control and run and have a successful and productive neighborhood/block. If you cannot control and run successfully a healthy neighborhood/block, you cannot do it as a nation. It all begins with self. Sweep around your own doorstep. These concepts of religion, these concepts of these different groups, whether it's Pan-Africanism, whether it's Hebrewism, any of them isms, and them ites, that's why they never get anywhere. Because you're always going to be subservient to something or someone else. At the end of the day, does not have your best interests at heart, your family's best interests at heart. You're going to be serving their program. Now again, I am going to have my chair in my garden with my legs crossed, like Jody's mom off a baby boy. You're not a baby anymore. You all are not a baby anymore. No one is going to coddle you. Either you're going to do it for self or you're not. And even that's your choice. But you are making a choice. And even burying your head in the sand is making a choice. We are talking about your bloodline. We are talking about generational curses. Either you are who you say you are or you ain't. You a child. So with that said, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
No, I just added my last 2 cents because I picked it up by discernment. That stuff is fake. So, if we live by our consciousness, and it's good consciousness, by the way, we can overcome this world.
Indeed. Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
Mainly just to let the family know the war is really for your consciousness. It's not a physical. It has never really been a physical war, and as they said, our power is within our consciousness. So instead of looking for a Jesus or a savior or a Trump to save you, it's really about turning within to save yourself. Give thanks.
Indeed. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, just none of this is real. None of this is real. It's all a script. It's all some psyop, the propaganda, the false narratives, the resets, the believe your government, and the next minute you're rising up against your government, but the next time you want to take the jab from your government, and now you believe, like, none of this shit is real. And so it goes back to, it's about your consciousness and what you create and going on in the inside, what's in you. That's the reality. That's what's real. Your consciousness, what we're talking about,
Yeah.
The power to create. That's what's real. And that's what they're distracting you from. And, you can't just go around blindly consenting to some shit, because they're gonna scoop up your consciousness. They out there. They got plenty of programs, plenty of scripts, plenty of shit for you just to latch your consciousness in on. And so, what's real is your consciousness and what you can create. So think about that.
Indeed.
All this shit that's going on is just going to take up space in your mind. that you can be using to make this realm what we want it to be.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's true.
Indeed. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Thumbs up on that, brother.
Well, the most profound truth you can discover is self, period. That should be your primary focus. Everything else will pass away.
That's right.
You should be focused on creating, letting go, and creating something new, something different, something you've never seen before. It's that imagination. As creators, you mean to tell me y'all can't go beyond what they've laid out for you?
Mm.
You have to update the same old shit, keep regenerating it over and over again. And you think it's something better or different because you give it another name or because it's in a different era. Everything that you know right now is their shit.
Mm.
The one thing that you don't truly know is you.
Yep.
They have tons of information out here for you to learn everything but you.
Yep.
You are your answer. Just like right now, you're your problem. And you won't get out of your way for shit. But either way, I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. So, given to the panel, thank you all. It is much appreciated, and given a hand clap to the family audience. Thank you to the YouTube chat. Y'all really brought it tonight. Thank you to the YouTube audience. We will be back next week. I also encourage you all, if you haven't had an opportunity, check out some of the podcasts. Specifically, I did one. I'm starting a series on the podcast about old world technology in plain sight. That's going to be a good one. So check that out. That's going to correspond with a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here as well. And then those that are interested in really truly getting to the root cause of why the Black melanated community in the Americas is in the state that it's in, you can also check out the podcast series called the Decline and Destruction of the Black Family, the Moynihan Report. There's 2 parts to it. Now, I'm going to say, with that Moynihan Report, that's adult shit. That's raw statistics from the 1940s up to 1963. I'm telling you now, it's raw shit. It's rough. It even choked me up a few little times. Okay? So if you're serious in understanding why the Black melanated community is in the state that we are in, I encourage you to check it out. I also put a link in the description where you can download the report for yourself. So with that said, family, we will be back next week. Thank you all so much. You are very much so appreciated. Thank you, Sis Tanya. That was so sweet of you for sending a Cash App. Thank you so much, sis. It's appreciated. All right, family. So with that said, we are going to rock out. We appreciate you. This is Rhonda with Truth Uncompromised, and my lovely co-host, Brother Sean, Sis Sandra, and my panel with my nephew, Nuwa. So good to see you from Canada, and also son, Scotty. So we love you all, family. Thank you much. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Good night, everyone.
Hey.
Everyone, peace and love.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth